immediately with Formula One. And as we've said earlier, we are naming our groups this year for the first time after the memorable names, the men that have created history in their era. And of course, there is no greater legend than Andretti when it comes to American racing and Formula One. Only Phil Hill and Mario Andretti in 1978 won his title. And so this is, quite rightly, the Mario Andretti Trophy Race 1. And we've got a smorgasbord of cars from all the way through the 60s and 70s and early 80s. And alongside me, Scott Durnick, once again, back to the booth. And Dorsey Schrader, who's also here. And great to have both of you here to talk about this. First of all, before we get underway, we're still under pace. Your thoughts on just this event, Dorsey?
This is my 4th year straight running it here, and it's a wonderful event. It's a great racetrack with a lot of heritage, and it gets a good fan base out here, of course, with the car shows and all the things going on. We expect a really, really big crowd today, tomorrow.
Are they all behaving? Because we've just dragged you out of race control, which is rare, I may add.
No, they're not.
Well, let's hope these guys do. But some fantastic cars. And Scott, is there anyone particularly you want to pick out for our audience?
Well, they're all great cars. You'll see the first 5 or 6 cars are all ground effect cars,
yes,
or tunnel cars. The Williams are the front Williams is a flat bottom car. Zach's car is a tunnel car, and a lot of downforce, great handling. All the cars, with the exception of Chris McAllister's, have the 3-liter Cosworth DFV, so power parity there. But John Dimmer driving the oldest car, the Tyrrell, and a lot of history in John's car, ex-Jackie Stewart. But you'll see them lining up. Now, they won't have passing until the exit of turn 4. So Cal is going to try to stay really close to Charlie and see what he can get done. And there might be some movement around in the backfield.
And Dorsey, we're expecting, you mentioned Cal Mika, but Cal Mika, Charles Nierenberg, this is going to be a challenge, isn't it? They love racing against each other.
They do, and they pick at each other's brain, and they ramp each other up. And they've been doing that since they've gotten here. And when they come off turn 4, it's on. I'll tell you.
And I'll tell you what, they're not holding back. We did have a crash yesterday, a mechanical issue, and thankfully everybody okay, but the car kind of destroyed. So it's the real deal, folks. These guys are pushing it to the limit. We obviously don't want any incident, but you can't avoid sometimes mechanical incidents happening. And we'll take you through some of the more famous cars.
Yeah, so Charlie Nierenberg's in the lead here, Meeker behind. They're quickly gapping the rest of the field. And it's important to realize the different eras of these cars. The Lotus that's in 4th place there is the Type 79. That was a World Championship car, ironically, with Andretti driving. And it's a Duncan Dayton being driven by Mike Fitzgerald. But fantastic, certainly the class of the field in its day. It's interesting how these cars get a new life in vintage racing. The Tyrrell is a really good vintage car because there's been time to develop it and cure a lot of the mistakes.
Yeah.
In period, the teams had 1 week in between races, sometimes 2. Now we've got a lot of history and a lot of time, and the cars can have another competitive life.
Yeah, reading up on some of these cars, you see the line, a practice car or a test car that was used in X Grand Prix or this Grand Prix or this practice or qualifying. And so they really were kind of playing on the fly, testing on the fly, weren't they?
Absolutely, and there were some cars. Back then, they could actually run a different car in testing than in the race. And some teams even built qualifying cars that held a smaller amount of fuel and they were lighter in weight that they knew wouldn't go race distance. And I'm looking at the board here. I believe I misspoke. It's Chris Locke in 5th place, not the Type 79, Type 77. And Chris has been driving that car forever. He drives it very well.
He owns that car, doesn't he?
He does, absolutely. Yeah. He's owned it forever. Great pride of ownership. And Chris is a very safe, heads-up driver, quite competitive. Great guy to race against.
Martin Lauber, John Dimmer, these guys are all very equipped at driving these very, very skillful Formula One cars. And let's face it, these were, at the time, the top of their game, and it didn't take a fool to go out there and do this.
Chris Locke, actually, last week in the Pruett reunion, was involved in a pretty heavy crash down in turn 2, and it wasn't his fault. He got run over by a car from behind and broke a rear hub that Fortunately, he had back at home, so they had to rebuild the whole back of that car from last week into this. Nice to see it back out.
And Dorsey, you're obviously an American racer through and through, but was Formula One of interest to you growing up, and have you had a chance to do the historics?
Absolutely. It was one of my favorite things to watch. And in my era, my heroes were James Hunt, of course, and Jackie Stewart and Nicky Lauda. And I was a product of wanting to be them.
Yeah, no kidding.
Weren't we all?
Yeah, I think that's what
Did you get to do historics, though? Did you get to
No, I actually haven't driven one of these in historics, but I have done historics in several different venues.
Well, we've got some pretty star-studded cars out there. Zach Brown, of course, in Alan Jones's winning car that he owns from 1980, another Williams, as we see Nürburgring doing his bit. But we've also got a 1976 Ferrari that Nicky Lauda drove. And in fact, it's the same spec, if you will, that he had his famous crash in and lost the championship to James Hunt in 76.
Cal Meeker pushing really hard
now.
Yeah, he is. He is. And you notice that if you look closely at Charlie's car, that car runs 15-inch front wheels, which was the spec in period. Williams had gone to larger wheels to get a little bit different front suspension geometry, and Charlie's really pushing hard. Cal knows that now is the time to strike, so he's going to be pushing quite hard. Like Charlie turned it a little early into turn 3.
Well, these two know each other in historic racing and have done for many years. I mean, when you consider that one is a world land speed record holder of old, and Cal Meeker, well, I see him every weekend in some sort of historic race.
Yeah. Looks like Charlie's fighting a little bit of handling balance here. Cal's car seems a little more planted than Charlie's does.
Cal's car actually a little loose off, but that's fast here at this racetrack. Charlie, I think, probably fighting a bit of understeer.
Yeah,
and that's hard to deal with.
Yeah, well, the only thing to do is slow down. There's not much you can do.
And that's what I was about to say. It's hard to do when you've got somebody hounding you from the rears because the only way to get rid of it is to slow down some in the entry.
Griot and McAllister both in this one. They're currently 9th and 10th behind Dimmer at the moment. But let's just take you through what we've got. Out front, as you can see, the Williams WF07C from 1981. And we've also got...
here we go.
Making his move.
At Andretti, ironically.
Got to watch it down there.
Ford on the inside. Gets defensive on the exit.
See, with the power parity these cars have, you really have to get them under braking or set them up a couple corners ahead of time and get underneath somebody in a turn. But, you know, the horsepower is quite similar between these cars, and they're both pushing the same amount of aerodynamic load.
And in vintage racing, car-to-car contact is totally prohibited.
Oh, yeah.
And if they do that, then they're going to have to see me. I'm going to have to
that's going to be a wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
And now you have the beauty, of course, of the drone, so you can argue all you like because you can look at the replays as we take a look at another one of the big cars.
That was Locke again.
Chris Locke in that 76 Lotus 77.
He had his left rear completely taken off last week, so they did a lot of work between then and now.
Yep.
And luckily had the one piece that they needed, which was only indigenous to that year chassis.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, if you look at that car closely, it's quite interesting. It has multiple pickup points for all the suspension in the front. They were experimenting with different geometries, and it was really that car that laid the groundwork for the Type 79. The Type 79 is the optimized geometry of a 77 with, of course, ground effect.
Yeah, and, again, we've been talking about Mario Andretti, and a lot of people will give him the credit that he became almost the test guinea pig to help Colin Chapman develop that car, which he then won the 78 World Championship in.
That's a Shadow DN9 Martin Lauber's driving. This car is a tunnel car. It's got wings in the side, so it's got a little bit better aerodynamics than the Lotus 77 does in terms of downforce. And he's going to try and use it there in order to get around Chris.
Ironically, the car that took out Chris was also a Shadow.
That was
DN5.
a different Shadow, DN5 Alex Scott's car,
Yep.
Well, Americans haven't had a huge history of constructors, that is, in Formula One, but we do have a Shadow and a Penske out there. We have a Penske PC4 from 76.
Yeah, Penske's a really cool car. Those cars were built by the best fabricators.
I didn't realize Parnelli briefly had a race Formula One team, and
did.
Mario drove it.
And that was also, when you look at the fabrication on the Parnell's car, that's fantastic,
Beautiful car.
Yeah. The PC4 I believe, was no longer a modified March. The original PC1 Penske's were modified Marches. By the time they got to the PC4, I think Penske was building them.
It was a real car.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Ground up.
Well, we're looking at one of the Penske's now, one of the Marches right now, the Octavia Rinken 1982 March F1.
Well, we were talking about the fact that this is an unusual amount of March cars. And March, of course, made a lot of cars in a lot of different classes, but you don't see a lot of Formula Ones at one place at one time.
No, you don't.
Yeah, well, the Marches, and I can say this as a March owner, the March is kind of the Ace Hardware supply store of Marches. They use Girling or
Robin Hood
AP
calipers,
a Hewlin gearbox. They use the same upright design for many years. So as a private person owning a car, they're a little more accessible.
Yeah.
Certainly.
And we've both owned several Marches over our days.
Yeah.
It's nice, though, and that all those years could be adapted to upgrade in next year.
Yeah.
But ultimately, it was their demise, too, because when the ground effects came out,
they
were
on
caught
their back
down.
foot.
Yeah, they were.
on their back
Maybe
foot.
you can help me out. I'm reading just about the 821, the March 821, but there's a difference between that and the F1. How do you... Because
Well, no, an 821, that means it's a 1982 Formula One. That's the nomenclature.
Okay.
So my car is a 741.
So you can call it an 821 or an F1.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
That's correct. Yep.
Ironically, that same chassis would be a 74B.
That's correct.
If it was an Atlantic or a Formula B, or a 74A. Same chassis, though.
Yep. Well, 74A would have been a 5,000 car.
Yeah.
That Formula A. Yeah.
Right.
Glad we got you on board, you guys. Thank you so much. We're listening to Dorsey, Schroeder, and Scott.
And Cal is
Done
around
it.
Charlie.
And yes, we do have a new leader. Cal Mika hits the lead, but does he for long? Here comes Charlie. Side by side into Andretti.
Oh, easy, boys.
Yep. Got the race director here. He's getting nervous. What have you noticed, Scott? You look ponderous there.
Is that Charlie and Cal, or is that Dwight Matheson and Zach Brown?
Ah, good question. Well, that's a good point because, 27 is definitely Zach Brown. So this is the other battle, yeah. Yeah, this is
So
Matheson.
wait a minute, Charlie's dropped out.
Yeah, you're right. Charlie
Meeker's
Meek,
in
that's
the
what confused us. So this is the battle for
That's right,
third.
for third. So that's Dwight Matheson in another Tyrrell.
Yep.
And Zach Brown in an FW07 as well.
Dwight Madison, the 009 Tyrrell, 79.
009.
Showing second, third place. So that's a great battle going on for second.
Uh-huh.
And Meeker's gone. He's checked out.
And that Tyrrell that he's driving was driven originally by Didier Pironi, of course, and got a third at the US Grand Prix and multiple finishes in the points in era. Didier's primary car in 1979.
And Jarek Daly got his first
right.
F1 drive, and he always complained that he was given a 2-year-old car for his first Formula One drive. And I said, well, Derek, they'd probably seen you drive before, so that's why.
He had quite a large crash in that car
he did.
as well.
Yeah, he's had plenty. Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Got a best finish of fourth in that car, did Derek Daly, in 1980. Yes, I remember the Candy sponsorship.
Dwight's doing a pretty good job of putting his car right where Zach wants to go.
Yep.
You can see they're both turning in early by how early they're tracking out. But, Zach doesn't have a lot of choice but to follow. So,
it says a lot about the fraternity that is motor racing. The CEO of a brand that you are competing against currently in Formula One, just doffing your cap to the greatness of the 1980 Alan Jones era of Williams and when they were right at the top of their game and top sponsors, top drivers, and it makes you think whether Williams can, as McLaren have, got back to the top. And I think it's just nice to see Zach Brown racing in an opposition car.
Well, Zach is broken just like all of us. He's just more successful.
It's amazing because I taught Zach Brown driving school at Skip Arbor Racing back in probably early 80s. He was a very young man at the time.
We were all very young men.
I heard earlier this morning he won a TV show and won $3,000 to do the Skip Barber School.
Yep. And look where he is.
And look, Zach got him.
That's a good dice. Good dice going on.
I know. Another overtaken. Through he goes again. This is great racing.
And I think now we're going to see Zach will get Matheson because I think he's got more pace. And again, there's a perfect example. He waited. He watched what Matheson was doing.
Yep.
He knew where he was faster, and he exploited that opportunity, and now he's just going to pull away, as opposed to other forms of racing where the guy would muscle through on the second corner to see what happened. And we don't want to hurt the car.
Yeah, with clean air now, the
Williams is really going to be
the Williams is going to be
yeah.
strong with the tunnels in it.
Yep.
I wouldn't want to be doing Zach Brown's schedule because in the last month or so I've seen him let's say Spa. I saw him at the British Grand Prix for bikes for MotoGP, and of course he's been at Indy whenever he gets a chance. He's here this weekend. I mean, boy, what a schedule! And of course next weekend he'll be off to the Dutch Grand Prix.
And really two guys who definitely deserve a little mention here. John Dimmer, that's an ex-Jackie Stewart car. Yeah. That car's got single pot brakes. It's a 1972 car, and irreplaceable. And John is driving the wheels off of it. That's chassis 002, and I've had the privilege of working on chassis 003 for a long time for John Delane, and wonderful cars. And the fact that he's keeping up.
You're talking a car that's 50 plus years old.
Yeah.
The outset doesn't seem like us. But my body can tell you otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a works car in 1972.
Yeah, Chris McAllister also driving the Ferrari. One thing that people don't realize is the DFVs in these cars are engines they only dreamed of in 1978 or 79. They've been much more developed because there's 100 of these cars racing worldwide. The Ferrari engines are pretty much exactly the same as they were back then. They've not been developed at all. So Chris is down on power to the rest of the field. He's certainly got the most valuable car in the field, and yet he's right out there mixing it up. Chris McAllister in the ex-Lauda Ferrari.
Well, Starter's giving him the white flag, one to go.
Yep.
That's a sight you don't often see. Tyrrell going past the Ferrari at speed as Mika.
That's a Meeker lapping him. Yep.
Yeah. The only car I haven't seen, and I don't know if we'll see it this weekend, but I had hoped to run, and that was the Honda RA272 that Takuma Sato, the Honda driver, of course, was going to drive. So
I think they decided they're just going to do demo laps
That'd be good.
with that car. As I say, it's a 1966 car. Even with Takuma Sato driving,
it's not going to hold its own to that.
Lap slower than this car.
He's getting into traffic now.
No, Meeker's got a problem. Meeker's slowed.
Oh.
Meeker's got a problem.
Oh, Zach Brown won't hesitate.
He will not. No, sir.
He loves to mix it with
Meeker
these boys.
Has definitely slowed, or he had a moment, one or the other.
And that was a bigger moment than it needed to be.
Oh, that was all Meeker's fault. That was all Meeker's fault.
Like, that's your opinion? Let's
what do you think?
Dorsey?
Well, he didn't back into him.
Yeah, he didn't back into him. I mean, he hit.
That's a good point.
He hit the right rear of the Tyrrell with his left front. I mean, that's pretty indefensible. And Meeker was way high. Cal is such a heads-up guy and such a good driver. It's surprising.
He'll be kicking himself.
Oh, he'll be livid, yeah.
That's going to give Zach Brown the win, isn't it?
It looks like it,
That is crazy.
Just trying to see if he's come out of the corner yet. But
but maybe Cal will get across the line first. I don't know.
See how far he was ahead. Let's see. Here he comes. He just crawls along, and he does take the checkered flag.
Oh, he does take the flag. Good job.
But I think he did have some sort of problem, though.
He did.
He was dealing with.
He had a problem, and I think that contributed to the contact.
He caught up with the back of the pack, and then looked like he was blending his way through, and then all of a sudden lost momentum, and it just
right. Cal Meeker really slowed, and then Dimmer went by him again.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know about you, but it looked like Dimmer was right on his line, and Cal was trying to go high.
He might have had a puncture. He could have had a front tire going down and lock up that tire.
Sure.
Easily have a mechanical issue.
Sure.
Well, we've had a perfect insight here with Dorsey Trader, the race director, or at least somebody who's put in charge of making sure that these go or run as well as we can to time, because it's not an easy thing to do at all. These guys all love to race, but they are very careful, generally speaking. So, great race for Zach Brown then in the 27.
Yep.
A World Championship winning Alan Jones car. from
I
1980.
can tell you, I don't think it's such a good idea to have Dorsey up here watching these screens.
No, he's taking
At
notes.
least during my race. I don't know that I want that.
Well, or
yeah.
I could keep him here and distract him.
Yeah. No. He sees everything. That's the problem.
It sure makes my my day go by easier.
So I can confirm Cal Mika, Zach Brown, and Dwight Batherson are your top three. Martin Lauber taking fourth place, Octavio Rincon in fifth, and John Dimmer in sixth. Let's head down once again to Kev in the paddock.
Oh, standing by, stand by. Well, here we are then under the California sunshine continuing, and there is one colour that looks great in the sunshine. School bus orange or school bus yellow, as my friend Bill Ockler would tell us. And if you can speak to anyone about historic Trans Am cars, this is the man you need. Bill, great to see you here. My first Rolex was in 2021. Ford was the featured mark then, and you had quite a special job on stage with Jim Farley, didn't you?
Yeah, we had fun. It was Parnelli's 87th birthday, and we had this car here, and we celebrated his birthday with birthday cake, and George Fulmer was there, and it was a lot of fun.
It was fantastic, and it was a great experience for me. And if you're watching us in 2021 and you'd have seen that, what a great first experience, the Rolex. But that year, the third of three times that Ford was the featured mark at the Rolex, and we were celebrating 55 years of the pony car wars. Just give us a heads up on what that was all about and what an era that was in Trans Am racing.
Yeah, the era from 1966 to 1972 is referred to as the golden era of Trans Am, and it really was, in my opinion, the pinnacle when the factory teams were involved. The best drivers from America and around the world all participated, and it was the most popular race series in the United States, and it's still running, so it's the longest running race series in the U.S., and the factories all were involved, and in 1970 was really the pinnacle year of that early era of Trans Am, where all the major manufacturers were involved.
And the 1970 era is what we got behind us here, Parnelli's championship winning car from that year.
Yeah, this is it's called 777, which is the last three digits of the VIN number. It's the 12th chassis built by Carcraft, which was Ford's factory race shop, and delivered to Budmore Engineering. And it was actually a 1969 car that raced the last two races in 1969, and then it was meant to be Parnelli's backup car in 1970, because they had a new car with a different three-link rear suspension that they thought was going to be better, but Parnelli was faster in this car. So this became his primary car, and raced 11 of the 13 races. He got 7 poles in this car, 3 seconds, 3 thirds in qualifying, and even when he raced the other car in the last 2 races, he always used this car to qualify because it was the fastest car. So in all 11 races, he qualified with this car, and then won 40 of the 58 championship points in this car. And even a few years ago, before Bud Moore passed away, and speaking with Bud and his son, and they heard I had this car, and they said, "Oh, well, that's the fast one." It's pretty cool.
That's really cool. They were all fast, but if Bud Moore said that's the fast one, you know it is. Part of a collection that you have as well, because you love this one, I'm sure, but other marks, other brands as well.
Yeah, no, I kind of like them all. So I have a 68 Shelby notchback factory team Mustang that was driven by Dan Gurney. Parnelli Jones drove it, Horst Queck, Alan Moffitt, and Rick Titus. Jerry Titus. Yeah. And then a 70 Arcuda that was Swede Savage, and Dan Gurney drove. The 69 Penske Camaro that Mark Donohue raced in 69 and won the 69 championship, and then the 71 Penske Javelin that Mark won the championship in 71.
It's just, when I got here, just reeling those off, they're all the ones, folks, that when I got here yesterday, and when I come to this every year, I go down that alley that's over there, and a lot of those are here, and they just make you drool, because the colors, the graphics, the fonts, the sound, the noise, there's just nothing like them, is there?
No, there is nothing like it, and it's nothing like our group, our historic Trans Am group, where we all are the curators of these cars. We take care of them, we restore them, and run them as they were in the day. So everybody has to have their car, with the same equipment that it had and raced in period. And it's really there's no other group that has a camaraderie, has a fun together. We go out to dinner together, and we have fun on the track, and we just are really the fan favorite of historic racing.
Yeah, you absolutely are, because the thunderous noise of you guys all taking off down the straightaway, which is just behind us here, is like nothing else here. It literally will shake the teeth out of your head. Your ribs are, shaking in the rib cage. It's incredible. And also as well, I was lucky enough today to get myself up to the corkscrew when you were out on track. Watching you guys come down the corkscrew, there's not a lot of room up there. When you're side by side, you must be hanging on.
Yeah, no, the corkscrew is unique, and it is a lot of fun. And you go into it, and you go down, and you're blind. You can't see where the corner is below you. But yeah, that's a lot of fun. And we go through there pretty close and have some passing up on top of it. But like you were talking about the sound of it, we've been the exhibition race at pro races, in particular IMSA and Indy cars at Long Beach. And for the first time we did that, the fans all came up and just were flocking around our cars and said, "Your cars are cooler than the new cars."
They absolutely are. I would concur on that. And you did well in that race this morning. I think you said you finished in third?
Yeah, finished in third in that race, and we'll see what happens tomorrow.
What time are you out tomorrow? When can we catch you tomorrow?
We're later in the day. It's like 3:50 or 3:20 or something like that.
I've put you on the spot, but later in the afternoon, it's your appointment to view. They're Group 9 historic Trans Am cars. They look and sound like nothing else here. And just for me as an Englishman coming to the US of A, this is Americana right here.
Great. Well, thanks for coming, and we appreciate you being a fan.
Huge fan. Bill, thanks so much. Great talking to you. Right. Don't run away. And don't you run away as well, because we're going to go to a short commercial break. But when we come back, we'll be rejoining our commentator, Johnny Green, with some more great racing out on track here at Laguna Seca.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we'd think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we'd think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Reunion 2024. We are celebrating half a century of racing. That's right, 50 years since Steve Earle began it all here at Laguna Seca. And of course, this for the West Coast is very much the home of racing, where it all began at the Pebble Beach races back in 1950. And so many of the greats, Dan Gurney, Parnelli Jones, Phil Hill, of course, haven't mentioned the Pebble Beach races, all cut their teeth here at Laguna and made the names. And this year we are celebrating those race names. And right now we turn our attention to Formula Ford. And if you're talking about Formula Ford, then of course, when it comes to American racing and legends, you have to put in that legendary field. Skip Barber. I was very privileged to have interviewed Skip, who's now 80 years of age, and just briefly, or just recently, excuse me, got inducted into the American Hall of Fame for Motorsport, and I did an interview with him about that. And yeah, I mean, he was very proud. He had a distinguished career right at the top level, got to Formula One, but he's not remembered, if you will, for that, and he's the first to admit that. But what he really contributed to motor racing, Skip Barber, was his school, which still runs today. And as you heard earlier, Zach Brown and many others from, well, I mean, the list is ridiculous. From, I think, Dan Weldon, escapes me now, but I was thinking of the likes of many of our IndyCar drivers currently. And pretty much anybody who's anybody wants to start their racing career will come along to the Skip Barber School and jump in a Formula Ford. But if there is an underrated hero of motor racing worldwide and participation-wise, I don't think to this day Formula Ford is probably one of the most followed and participated in marks there is. And it doesn't matter whether it's Australia, China, UK or the USA. The Formula Ford chassis from all the way back to the 70s and all the way through. Still running today, and we have almost, 35 cars out here right now, including back to 69 with Lotuses. We've got Titan Mark 6s out there, a few Merlins, Crossleys, of course. So lots of different chassis, but all pretty much yoked the same way, and that little 1600 engine, a great way to learn how to go racing. Always fun to watch. This should be fun because we've got some great cars out here and some good drivers, led by Danny Baker, who is a prominent member of the historic fraternity and has been for many years, drives many different cars. Also Oliver Ramler has also been out here. He's in a 1970 Titan, so look out for him. Martin Lauber, who we saw in the Formula One race just a few minutes ago, he's out in this one too. So they're busy, some of these drivers. Edwin and Oliver Abarth. So we've got some family fun out there as well. And all in all, some 35 drivers out of this, led by the pace cars. We go to the top of the corkscrew. And what a beautiful day this is for motor racing. And there just seems to be a fresh air breezing through the entire Laguna organization right now with the news of the extension and almost preservation, if that's the right word, for the next 50 years to see this sort of racing and many others. You just saw the advert for IndyCar coming here. Joseph Newgarden, that was who I was thinking of. I think he got his start in Skip Barber. But so many have, Andy Lally, you name it. And so I think it's somewhat appropriate to celebrate both Skip Barber and what he achieved for American racing, and somewhat appropriate that he has just been inducted into the Hall of Fame. So this is a Group 1, 1967 to 1981 Formula Ford race, some 35 cars led by Danny Baker, Adam White behind him. And it's two Lotus, it's a Lotus and a Lola going side by side to lead this one under the Mission Foods Rolex Bridge, and away we go. Now, from what I'm gleaning from the race director and those organising this event, they like to keep it tidy through the first corner and then sort of unleash them by about turn 4, because you don't need to get to the first corner or pile up at Andretti and try to squeeze through. So everybody's kind of orderly at this point, and then we'll hit the fast pedal a little bit later on. There's the 40. Let's see who that is further down in the pack. We'll find him. Ah, no, he is. Steve Jeffords in a Titan Mark 5. Through goes the 66. That's Max Minchel in a Royale RP31 from 1981. And like I said, it really does go through. But the beauty of Formula Ford, and I've said this when we've talked about Formula Ford in the past, it doesn't matter whether you've got a Van Diemen from 2021 or, you know, a Lola from 1978. It doesn't really matter. These cars are all very similar. And while they look a little different, they're great to go racing in because it doesn't matter what the year is. And I'm delighted to say that just bursting through the door as only he can do, straight out of his Formula One car, Charles Nierberg is going to join me for this one, Group 1. Charles is just joining me in the booth, but I'm going to let him catch his breath. He's just jumped out of his Williams, which I'm going to find out what happened to it, because he was in the Formula One category. Locking up there for a moment. Now we're racing. And these Formula Fords, all 35 of them now starting to really put these cars through their paces. And as always, it doesn't matter whether it's a modern-day Formula Ford race in Taronga, New Zealand, or Laguna Seca here in the USA, Formula Ford always puts on a good show. So it's White leading Baker and Willing in third. So Baker's lost his pole position and now drops down to second place. Charles, welcome to the booth. Are you all right, first and foremost?
It's nice to be back with you again.
What happened?
Well, we don't know yet. We're diagnosing electrical issues. It just, coming out of 4, it just quit, and all the lights on the dash lit up, which I've never seen before. Oh. So, you know,
we didn't see it happen. We saw you leading, we saw you fighting with Cal, and then suddenly you disappeared, and we were like, oh.
Yeah, I don't want to take away from this race, but Cal and I were having a great race.
Yes, you were.
Really a lot of fun. I'm pretty gutted to have to have pulled in, but the motor ran just enough to get it back in the pits, and they're diagnosing the issue. I don't know if we'll be hors de combat for tomorrow or not.
Oh, well. Well, we're watching Adam White putting on a great show here in his Lola T540. And I know you're a big man for the big cars, but do you like the Formula Fords as well?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I did a little Ford racing in my early days before I jumped into Atlantic. And as you can see, it's ultra competitive and a lot of fun. I was looking at the list, and, you know, a bunch of these guys also have done a bunch of historic F1 stuff.
Yeah.
And Formula Atlantic stuff. And Danny and I know Danny and Todd real well. They're both top flight
Danny
drivers.
races around the world, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'm afraid I don't know Adam, but he obviously knows what the hell he's doing.
Ramleth and Lauber, I'm sure you've raced many a time
too.
Oh,
yeah. Martin, for sure. He's a good pilot.
Yeah, he is. Against you last time out.
You know, the nice thing about these Fords around Laguna is there's a lot of room for them to race. You know, it's not quite as tight as it is with some of the larger cars. So it's great stuff. You know, I was looking at the entry list, and there was one car in the paddock that I didn't see on the sheet, and it was Bob Earl's Swift DB1, which was the first of what I would call the uber technical Formula Fords. I remembered when it showed up at the runoffs, and everybody was just aghast at it. It was pull rod suspension and incredible aerodynamics, and there's one in the paddock. If people are here, they ought to go take a look at it. It's quite a machine.
We'll be looking at that Minchel number 66 there. That's the Royale RP31, and that's pretty much raced its entire career on the West Coast in SCCA entries at Laguna here and Sonoma and Riverside from new. So that's been continually run here. That 1981 Royale, it's chasing hard on that little light blue car ahead of it, run by Martin Lauber. Lauber in a 1970 Titan Mark 6A.
I did notice, looking at the entry list, that there were a plethora of Titans there. It was definitely one of the best Formula Fords, regardless of the period. Just really well built and easy to set up, and not surprised there's a bunch of them in the field.
Yeah, I was just saying before you walked in, it doesn't really matter what the chassis is. Formula Ford is so well and evenly yoked that you can just get a smorgasbord of both years and different, you know, body shapes and chassis where it's still equal racing.
Yeah. Well, you're right. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You got, you know, at least in the first, in the first 5 cars, there's a Lotus, a Lola, a PRS. You know, and then 2 Titans, and then a Royale after that.
And we're looking at a Crossley right here from 1975. John Plavin at the wheel. Yeah, there's a few names that stick out. Crossley's one of them. Van Diemen, of course, more modern, stick out to me, and obviously the classics. As you mentioned, Titans, Lotus.
Yeah, you know, so many people cut their teeth in these cars, learn setup. You know, one of the big things, obviously, with these cars is learning to carry corner speed, because you don't have any excessive power to, you know, pull you out of anything.
Well, just explain that, because when you have all the power, you can literally stop on a dime and get out of there with the torque and use the car that way. But when you have an underpowered car, perhaps, or a smaller car displacement-wise, what you're totally trying to do is get through the corner with the highest momentum, right? So you don't bog down, so you don't lose the power, because it takes time to get it back up to speed again.
Yeah, that's true. And, you know, these cars obviously will accelerate, and if someone got in one, they would be surprised at how well they do accelerate. But there's no substitute in these cars for being able to carry corner speed and set yourself up, to get the maximum acceleration on an exit, down a long straightaway. Laguna is particularly difficult because of the hills you have to climb here. And, I mean, carrying corner speed, up through 5 and 6 is just paramount. And the car you're looking at is an ode, if you will, to Ronnie Peterson's 72 European F2 Championship winning March 712, the colours and the look of the car. This battle continuing. It's interesting. March didn't end up building near as many Formula Fords as the other builders because they jumped fairly quickly into Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula Atlantic, and then ultimately into Formula 1, Indy cars, prototype cars, but they definitely always made nice cars. Now that's Edward Lauber that we're looking at right now in this Titan, and I'm presuming that is son of. I believe you're correct. Down the corkscrew they come, just ahead of the 53. Ben Zlotkin in the Titan Mark V. Charles, what were your first cars that you drove? The first car I ever raced was a Lotus Super 7 that I bought used from a gentleman in Arizona, and spent a lot of my time in engineering school in the machine shop making new bits out of better materials to fix all the stuff that would break on the Lotus. that wasn't on the the curriculum, was it? But you did your own. I learned a lot. I rebuilt just about every piece and upgraded every piece on the car, and that's when I realized that there was a reason Formula Ford was the way to go, because you, instead of spending all your time making pieces that would last a race distance, you could focus your time on car setup and driving. And that was a revolution with Formula V, and then it was carried to the next level with Formula Ford. And both of those platforms allowed people to spend more time learning setup and driving, as opposed to just actually having to build a car that would finish a race. Yeah, no kidding. You've just been watching the Titan Mark 6, 1972, that 58 of Michael Wirrick. Raced around the country since its initial build, driven by professional drivers at various times. It's competed at Sonoma Laguna in the last 3 years. What else are you running then? We don't know what's going to happen to the Williams, but because all the dials came on. But what else are you out in? We've got the Eagle Toyota Mark III GTP. Oh wow, car. That looked awesome. It's a dominant car of its day, and I was fortunate to win the race with it this morning. Yes. But we have an issue there as well. Oh, no. Something cropped up, but. Yeah, people think that nothing can go wrong and these things just go out. But you are pushing these cars, and it's no surprise really that they have problems, because you're not. Yeah, you may not be going 10/10s, but when you guys and Cal Meeker are going at it, you're not going far off. It's. I will tell you that Cal and I were going 10/10s. Well, I had but the funny thing was I had Dorsey sat here, and he was watching it very closely, and he was like laughing because he was like, "Those guys have been doing it in practice. We've had somebody stop on them." On the pit straight right in front of our commentary booth. He's going backwards at the moment, and that could cause a big problem. Got a double yellow. Yeah, that's not a surprise, because he's come to a stop, but either way, he can't he's on the race line, so it's a precarious place to be. I say on the race line, he's not on the race line, but he is in a position that you do not want to stop a car on the fastest part of this track. That's a scary spot to be in right there, I'll tell you. That guy is not having a good time right now. And he's crawling back slowly, because obviously it's an uphill to that first turn one kink, and not a nice position to be in. Meanwhile, look at this battle. It's continuing on, and that Merlin Mark 11A of Ben Zlotkin going side by side with his opponent, just outside the top 10. Zlotkin currently in 12th, Edward Lauber in 11th. As you can see, should have started talking about him. I know. I was just talking about that particular car, and of course he goes round on me. Never mind. So out goes the 53.
So we've had a few ins and outs and offs and outs, but we're okay. There is the car we were talking about that is strewn, stuck in the middle of the track, right by the flag post. So at least they know exactly where it is.
I see that Danny and Todd have taken up 1-2, which doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
And they're trading. And
there you go, yep.
They're trading lap times that are almost identical, Danny and Todd are.
Well, interesting, you know, unfortunately, that is Adam White, of course, who was leading right at the start of this
I know,
one.
it's very unfortunate. And
trouble is they can't get him out of there because there's no exit unless he goes forward, so he needs a push more than a pull. So I think they're just going to have to hold him there. They may, get it under safety and then remove him that way. They've got a truck to him, but we are under 4 pulse yellow, as you can see. But he's slowing back down again. And Danny Baker back in the lead ahead of Todd Willing. And now with Adam Waite in the Lola, the 78 Lola parked up in the number 21. That puts Oliver Ramlett up to 3rd place. You've raced him, I'm sure, in different types of historic racing, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's setting nice times as well.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you're probably more eagle-eyed than I am. You're doing in the Formula 1s 119s, 120s, 136. That's pretty handy round here in a Formula 4.
It is.
Very handy.
Yeah, 136 is no slouch with that horsepower.
Is this one of your favorite tracks to race at?
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, it's one of the historic tracks in the United States, and you know, it's been holding races here since the. Well, I should know exactly, but I don't. I know since the 60s for sure, and I'm not sure exactly when the first race was. But
I think here, 1955. I think.
I was thinking it was in the 50s because they
stopped.
They had to stop running at Pebble Beach.
Yeah.
And.
So it may have been built in 55 and started racing in 56, but it definitely obviously overtook from the Pebble Beach races. So.
How much time do we have left here?
No, I'm just looking at that. It says, it's hard to read. It says, well, the clock's down to 0. We may finish under yellow. I'm not sure, but either way, we've had a bit of a disaster.
Well, that would be a shame, but he is in a very precarious position. They've got the tow rope on him now, and they're starting to pull the car. So, I think looks like the race has been going on for right at 15 minutes. So if they can get him clear, we might have another 5 minutes of free running, which would be great.
Yeah, after all the sort of preparation and practice you've had, you'd really want to kind of get out there and at least finish it off, don't you? So we look down on our Formula 4, this celebrating Skip Barber. And how many careers has he lost? I had an interview with him.
Boy, a bunch. I mean, Skip Barber schools were legendary, as was Skip.
Yes.
Or is still legendary.
And of course, they've named the tower at Lime Rock in his honor. And we were up at Lime Rock in May. I was anyway. Nice to celebrate and see him as the Grand Marshal. Hopefully got Bill Warner coming up, our Grand Marshal for this weekend, who of course is a fountain of knowledge for all things American motorsport.
Yeah, Skip has done an amazing job up there. That part of Connecticut, to keep a track going there, that's no small feat.
Yeah, and if you haven't been and you know the name, you might think, oh, Lime Rock, just like Road America or just like Watkins Glen. No, not at all.
No, it's not.
It's in the middle almost of ski country, Connecticut, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
yes.
You could miss it if you were driving along. You could easily miss it.
Yeah, it's tucked up there in the northwest corner of Connecticut, and they don't race on Sunday out of courtesy to the locals. And that track is a really interesting track. It's about as close to an oval as you're going to get on a road course.
Now we're hoping to get one racing lap, Charlie. So that's the plus side. And I think they have actually. Well, I know they have got the 21 out of the way, so that's a plus. So we should. I say should. You never know with historic racing, but you should get one flying lap, I hope. Which will make it interesting, actually, because Baker, Willing, and Ramlett will all go for it. Lauber not be far. Minshall looks for it, and Here we go.
Yep, they're on the gas, that's for sure.
Coming out of turn 12 here. Or turn 11, I should say.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, green flag, yep.
Green flag. We do have the green flag, and away we go then.
On the screen, it looked black, and I thought, how could how could something have already happened?
No, that hasn't happened. Well, he got away well, did Danny? And just a little
lock up there.
But that's all right. Out of Andretti they come, and into the infield then. Willing right behind in the 52. Todd Willing in that 1978 PRS RH01.
I think that's a pretty rare car.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I was just looking at the history of it.
Yeah,
Multiple British Championship round victories and lap records. Second in the Formula Ford Festival of 1978. That car.
Yeah.
Of all people, my good mate Jeremy Shaw tested that car for Autosport. How about that? Always give him a shout out. You know, I bumped into somebody the other day. I said the other day, but I was down in New Zealand in January, and they said, Jeremy Shaw, this is Jeremy Shaw's car. And I said, what? Jeremy Shaw that lives in the States, the Englishman? And he goes, yeah. He goes, that's his car. He brought it down to New Zealand and left it here.
That's great. He's a great guy, Jeremy Shaw.
He's great. Good value.
Done a lot for the sport.
Yes. And still does at a scholarship level, helping youngsters get through.
He absolutely does.
You know, you talk about Skip Barber doing what he's done. Well, Jeremy Shaw's done it in a different way in scholarship, taking people to the Formula Ford Festival and taking youngsters who probably never travelled before and really giving them an experience of what international motorsport and really putting them through their paces and to see whether they, you know, there is a little bit of touch of centre to them.
Absolutely, yeah. Jeremy's been a great advocate for young racers and. Well, they didn't give him the checker, so we're going to get another one.
We're going to keep going. I love it. Well, we thought it was just going to be one lap, but we didn't see a white flag. And as you say, it was a green rather than a black flag. So we're racing. We've got some good racing going on. Here's a good battle for the podium, in fact. Max Minchell in the 66 coming alongside him. And Martin Lauber. This is all 4th, 5th, 6th, so they're all trying to get on the podium, but they're trying to sort themselves out to get there. Lauber, Minchell, and this is second, being overtaken. So good battle for second and third as well, as Baker continues to lead up the hill to the top of the corkscrew.
Those tires are getting a little hot and warmy now.
Yeah, up the Rahal straight. I love that shot from the drone. It's just great.
Yeah,
you get a sense of speed, and you also get a sense of the drama of where you are. 5 stories down the hill. It must be fairly frightening at that low when you're in the Formula One car. Can you see anything?
It happens so fast. You have to kind of turn before you see it.
Right.
You see, there's a ridge line across the track where it really breaks over, and you have to just kind of muscle memory know that that's where you start your turn.
But I've always been surprised at how the corkscrew, despite its obvious line, has allowed other people sometimes to take completely different lines. That's true of 4 wheels and 2 wheels. There's the white flag, finally.
No, you're absolutely right about that. There are a couple of different ways to attack the corner, and a lot of it depends on whether you're having to defend going up into turn 8 at the start of the corkscrew, or whether you have some gap behind you to really do what you want. Obviously, if somebody's right on your tail, you're not going to take a wide line under braking and let someone have the opportunity to dive underneath you. And that does affect how you set up for the rest of the corkscrew.
Yeah. So closing stages of this one, and under pressure now. And here for the lead. Look at this, side-by-side action.
Whoa.
This is great. Danny Baker trying to defend. Top willing, good willing, God willing, trying to get through. Oh, great racing, and he has done. Well done.
I'm thinking Todd's been setting that up for a few laps.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Danny makes another move. And look at this, Ramleth coming into the game.
Here we go.
Ramleth in the 93.
Yeah, there we go.
Haven't had too much time to talk about Oliver Ramleth and the Titan Mark 6, but he's right there in third. He can still win this.
Yeah, doing a very nice job.
2 corners to go then. What a great race.
Sure is.
Todd Willing then, on his way.
Everything that you would expect.
Yeah. Oh, and he just goes a little bit too wide, trying to get deep into the final corner. But here he comes to take the checkered flag in our Group 1 first race, the Skip Barber. Oh!
That was
great. Did Baker get it? No.
That was. Of course, we saw it from an oblique angle, but
we got a weird angle of it.
Awfully close.
Well, Danny put his hand up. 0.056, I'm told, the gap. So that is, and it was Todd Willing. Good on him.
Whoa, what a race.
Wow. Well, that really was Todd Willing, God willing at that point, because there was nothing between them.
That was great.
That's how we like to see our historic racing. Within less than half a second. Who says historic racing doesn't put it all out there? Love it. Right, well, we've seen some absolutely tantalizing Formula Ford racing from our Skip Barber group. Let's head down to Kev Harris.
Well, here we are then in the California sunshine, celebrating 50 years of historic sports car racing in this part of the world. And I've got a lady stood next to me you won't believe has been racing cars for all that time. 50 years, Lyn St. James. You're not old enough, come on.
Oh, I am, but I can't believe it myself, though, that I actually have been in the sport 50 years. But, you know, it's how I found myself. I think when we're young and we're always trying to figure out what we're really here for, what are we meant to do. And when I found racing, or racing found me, it's been solid in my life, and so 50 years ago.
Yeah, it has, and the accolades that you've picked up over the years, they are long. 1992, Rookie of the Year in the Indy 500, and many, many other accolades as well. It's been some career. You've had quite a ride.
I have been very blessed. I mean, I've worked very hard, but, you know, passion will overrule all kinds of adversity. It'll overrule voids that you have. It'll also bring other people with you. And when you're really passionate and you are talented and you work hard, other people want to be a part of that. And so I've been very blessed. I was a factory driver for Ford Motor Company. I got to do Indy 7 times, actually. I had a great team owner with Dick Simon Racing, and I've had great sponsors. So it's just, it continues to go on. And now we've got a great organization, Women in Motorsports North America.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's what I was about to say. WIMNA. Tell us about that.
It's easier to talk, to say than all of that. Yeah, well, it's only a little over 2 years old, and it's all about timing. You know, I think that I've been in this sport for 50 years, as we mentioned, and there are other women who have been very successful, but many of them were behind the scenes. Yeah. You know, they were very, very successful, but they're working in their office, they're doing their work, or they're working on a race team, and nobody knows about them. Well, you can't grow a sport if people don't know what exists. And so we now have an organization of men and women. We get together, we have a community, we are doing events, we're supporting events. We're going to have a group photo here tomorrow just to show the solidarity that there are career opportunities. I mean, it's a great hobby. A lot of people do it as a hobby, but it's also a great opportunity to have a career in a sport that you get to go to places like Laguna Seca, not all bad.
And you get to meet some great people as well, because like you said to me a moment or two ago, the cars are one thing, but it's the people involved in this as well. They come from all walks of life, don't they?
They do, and I love that. I think most of the hobbies or things you get into sometimes, there's too many people that are alike. Where you come to a race event or to a car event, and you see people from all walks of life, and the common denominator or the cars, it could be fashion, it could be design, or it could be horsepower, which I always love too. But you know, it's for different reasons, but it brings everybody together.
Yeah, and it really does bring everyone together. And as we're sort of stood here, been brought together ourselves, we're just looking around, some wonderful cars all around us. And what we were saying as well is different cars speak to you in different ways. We can't get a shot of it, we might see it in a moment too. There's a little red one over there that speaks to you.
Well, that little Ferrari, the first time I saw it actually was when I went to Italy on my 70th birthday. It was Ferrari's 70th birthday, and I saw that car, that little Ferrari 250, and it was like, it's little, and yet it's not tiny, it's powerful, and it's very clean. And so that car just spoke to me then, and then I get to see it once in a while because there aren't many of them around. And so that was one of my favorites. And there's many cars here, though, that I actually raced or I raced against. And so I have a story almost with every car out here. But that one is just personal, where it just speaks to you, and I think people have different reasons why the cars speak to them.
Yeah, they really do, and that one we can actually see it right now. We were looking at it a moment or two ago. People are stopping by and having a look at it, and they all speak to us in different ways. But listen, it's fantastic what you're doing with WIMNA. I can tell you the word is spreading, because I work in karting in the UK. We've got a number of girls in the UK who are coming through karting. They just see no reason why they can't go up against the guys. It's gender neutral, and that's what this is all about, isn't it?
I've always said the vehicle doesn't know the difference. It doesn't say, oh, I got a girl driving me, I'm not going to give it all my horsepower. You know, you just put your foot down, you put your brain in gear, and you go for it.
Listen, Lyn, thanks so much for talking to us. If people want to find out more about WIMNA, where should they go? What's the web address, that kind of thing?
The web address is a lot of letters, but it's women in motorsports, plural, NA.com.
Right. Brilliant. Go and check it out. It's fantastic what Lyn's been doing, and thank you ever so much for talking to us. It's been really great.
Beautiful day. Isn't
Look
it?
at where we are. Look at where we are, Lyn. How about that?
Doesn't get any better than this.
It really doesn't. And the good news is, when we come back after this short break, it's going to continue. So don't go anywhere.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca and the Rolex Reunion here in Monterey. I'm Jonathan Green, and I'm delighted to introduce the man who is privileged enough to be called the Grand Marshal here this weekend. I've met him before. Bill Warner is his name, and I know, having read up on the press coming into the event, you're feeling fairly honored to be at the 50th, because it doesn't really get much bigger, does it?
I'm thrilled to be here. I started here as a photographer for Road and Track years ago, 30 years ago, before they even vintage, or 50 years ago. And then I started racing here a few years back, so I've seen both sides of it. Race course, a very challenging one.
So tell me how you know, photographer, road and track, obviously you were interested. Was that how you got your foot in, and what sparked your interest?
Well, you start out like everybody in the SCCA in something small. My first race was in a Honda Civic. Then I grew into Camaros, and then later the Group 44 cars, the TR6 and TR8.
And we'll see some of those out this weekend too.
My good friend Mark Linder's in the sister car to mine,
there you go,
the TR8.
Well, so what have they got you doing then as the Grand Marshal? Are they keeping you busy? Or
I'm marshalling, and I'm also the chief steward. So I'm working with Ray Evernham and
well, that's nice.
Henry Wilkinson and Tom Bungay and the team.
Yeah,
we look after the cars, make sure they're period correct, and that they comply with the rules of the day.
Well, we've got every era kind of covered here. Is there a favorite? Is there a time in motor racing in America where you really suddenly saw it vault forward, or you were there's one of those 44 cars? But was there a time where you really kind of thought American racing had come into its own?
Well, I think I would say 1973, because at that time, there wasn't a whole lot of international racing here. In fact, 73 at Daytona was pretty weak as far as prototypes went, and that's when Peter Gregg, who we're honoring with this class today, and Hurley Haywood won the 24 Hours at Daytona. And then IMSA started morphing into more cars like the 934, 935 that you just saw there. So I would say 73 was a point where I saw it taken off.
Yeah, and also when you think about the 70s in America, it became the center of the planet in many ways for racing drivers, or good ones anyway, because you had Can-Am, you had TransAm, you had Formula 5000, and so it was, in terms of earning money and sponsorship and so on, it was pretty much the center of the globe, wasn't it?
Well, it was, and a lot of the Brits came over then. David Hobbs,
Brian
Redmond.
Yep.
Redmond said, when they went to a Road Atlanta with the 5,000 car, first prize was $15,000, and they were only spending about 10 to get there. Nowadays, you spend 10 you don't get anything.
I know. I was reading up about Mario Andretti turning down a full-time drive with Ferrari early on in his career because he knew he could earn more money in the States.
Oh, yeah.
That changed later. So the Peter Gregg Trophy race won, and we really do have a fantastic field of almost 30 cars out here. And Bill, shout if there's something that you see that you want to talk about. I'll take you through some of them that we see. We're looking at the
I took a ride in that black 00 935 with Danny Angayas years ago. They'd mounted a second seat in it as kind of an incentive ride for the mechanics, and I knew the chief. And I just raced the Camaro at Daytona, so they strapped me in, and I took a ride. And Danny said, "How fast do you want to go?" I said, "Go as fast as you do." And
it's always a mistake to say
that. Oh,
it
was. When he slammed on the brakes coming into turn one, I folded in half. I didn't have a harness on. I just had a lap belt.
Well, that's Jim Norman out there in that 1980 Porsche 935 K3.
Ransom Webster in the 935. He's a longtime supporter here. The Decon Monzas. Al Holbert won the championship in those. Terrific cars. BMW M1. That was a great car. It was just a terrific time for racing because you had all the manufacturers involved.
Yeah, exactly. So up the hill they go then. And we're still under caution, or at least under pace car, put it that way. And getting ready to fire it off again. And just looking, sorry, I lost my group. There we are.
Yeah.
So Patrick Byrne out there, that's his second run. He's in the Corvette from 1977. Carlos de Cuesta. Famous name too. Ken Epson out there as well. You mentioned Ransom. Yeah.
Ken Epson's really fast.
Oh, yeah. Here. Yeah, well, he's long time historic racer here in the US of A. There's that big BMW. Love that. Zach Brown also out in that 320i Turbo 78 BMW, which we've got several.
When you look at it this weekend, we have some great executives racing
I know.
here, like Jim Farley, president of Ford, Zach Brown, heads up McLaren.
I know, it's
these
nuts,
are some heavy hitters.
Yeah, and Jim Farley was saying that he's become. He's sort of spotted it pretty much most of the historic races, and he says he gets a lot of business done actually because there's a lot of wheelers and dealers that are, part of what he's doing, or either subsidiaries of Ford, or in the new projects with Mustang that he's involved with, and of course the future in Formula One with Red Bull. So you never know.
Well, here we go. Let's see if we can get them all around 11 before they give them the green.
Here we go then. Group 8 roars into action here for the Peter Gregg Trophy. What was your knowledge of Peter's career, Peter Gregg? I know Simon, but I never knew, obviously, Peter.
Well, Peter was an intelligence officer in the Navy in Jacksonville. And at the time, Brundage Motors was a Volkswagen distributor, and It was owned by, wow, look at that,
3
3 wide.
Doesn't get any better than that.
That's a little argy-bargy, as our friend David Hobbs would say.
Bit of a schmozzle in the middle there.
Yeah. It doesn't
go
seem
ahead.
to stop. No, Mr. Brundage took on the Porsche franchise, and they were trying to think of a name for Brundage Motors or Brundage Porsche. And someone in the meeting came up with the fact that Brumos was their telex code. So that's how the
That's
Brumos
how it
name
came about.
Yeah. And it's funny because people would call up saying, I served in Vietnam with Mr. Brumos. I'd like to talk to him about his insurance, But that's how Brumos came about. Well, Peter Gregg was into racing. He went to the Piero Taruffi school and learned how to race. And his first race was in a Corvette. And he had a chance to buy Brumos Porsche, which he did. And then he became very closely associated with Porsche.
Yeah, and of course in America, Brumos Porsche, that name, it screams Daytona, it screams Sebring. It is, It's so synonymous, and not just Florida, but everywhere. Here we go. So we've got nice little packages of racing here. Little group of 4 coming through. 10 and the final corner here at Laguna Seca. You're listening to the Grand Marshal for the win. To his history of this fantastic era. As we take a look at that number 2 BMW flying through. That's Zach Brown, as we mentioned, in that 78 320i.
Back in those days, that BMW was really a nickel rocket. It would qualify well, but it was competing against the Porsche 9 Carreras and 934s, 935s. It just didn't last long. David Hobbs was one of the drivers in that. I remember he qualified on the pole of Atlanta. That was probably one of the best demonstrations of the car at that time.
Yeah, no question about it. BMW really made a name for themselves. We talk about Brumos Porsche. I mean, BMW had its era of, like you say, Hobbs, Redmond, those guys at Daytona, really taking that CSL car and its mark, the BMW mark, to big heights in the USA. John Anderson was the man we were looking at in that red, white, and blue 1969 Corvette. Beautifully prepared and similar to what I've seen in SVRA. I think I've seen it race in SVRA too, as well as here at Monterey.
There's Mark Leonard in the TR8. Great car, but just not enough horsepower. About I think we were getting somewhere around 375 horsepower. You're talking about other cars out there punching 500, 600 horsepower.
So you were involved with that?
I had the sister car.
Gotcha.
That was the Bob Tullius car. I had the Bill Adams car.
How was it?
It was great. It's like driving a go-kart. The wheelbase and the tread was about the same as a square car.
Wow.
But it had a little Rover V8.
I bet that got some decent horsepower, though.
And it had the Kinsler fuel injection, and it was a very nimble car. The only weak point was the gearbox.
Would it break or just not work after a while?
Yeah, I wasn't built for that kind of horsepower. Eventually, we put a Warner T10 in it.
Looking at car 4 that just went through shot briefly there. That's Alex Welch in the RSR from 74. Look at this little battle. Nice. Three-way battle.
Patrick Burns' Corvette is really strong.
Yeah.
Ken Epsilon going at it. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's interesting, and you can tell me, but I've not done too many laps around Laguna in too many cars, but one thing I do notice is how much more banked some of the corners are, that you don't realize that it really does have the camber to it. And
no, the one that fools you the most is turn 5.
Okay.
It's got a lot of slope in it. It's got a lot of bank in it, and you can really get a car to load up and go through there much faster than you think you can.
Yeah. Because when you see it on TV, it looks flat.
No, it's not.
It looks flat in terms of not flat out, flat surface, but it's actually cambered, isn't it? Coming up there now.
When I first came here, I didn't even know that corner was there. I went on the internet, and did a lap on the internet. And, wow, there's another turn I didn't know about.
There you go.
These guys are having a really good
Aren't
race.
they?
Yeah.
This is great stuff.
Ken Epsman, Ransom Webster.
Yep. And, yeah, is that the case?
Is that Carlos de Quesada?
I think it is, in the 94, yeah.
De Quesada. They're having a good time.
Certainly putting on a
you
show.
You can see how much horsepower that
Epsman
has with that Beacon Monza.
Well, Timothy Pappas out front has checked out. He's got a good 4-second lead over Patrick Burns in the 0 car. That's the 935 from 1980.
Oh,
squeeze it, get it. Oh, nice move.
Yeah.
Yeah, that corner's cambered too, more so than it looks.
That one's got a lot of load to it too.
Yep.
Yeah.
This one, not so much.
No, that was a first gear corner for me.
That's a tricky corner.
That's the Kemp Mustang back there, the white. Charlie Kemp had that car built in IMSA. Had a lot of NASCAR features to it. Ooh,
side-by-side action, and he got up the
there.
inside. Yeah, nicely
That's
done.
Chris Liebenberg driving that. Good driver. Drives for Rossmeyer and Three Dog Garage.
Yep, 75, that car. Just ahead of Rick Jeffrey in the Monza Decon from 1976. Distinctive look, that Decon, isn't it?
You got a favorite?
Not so much in this group. I was tell you what, I was eyeing that Bentley up this morning that's in the exhibition, and I was telling jokingly that somebody that used to be my table mat at home. We used to have our dining room table that all had classic motor racing cars on them, and mine was the Bentley. So I'm glad to actually see it in the real thing.
Burns really pulled out, 5.4 second lead.
Yeah, big time. Now, what have we got here? The 155 of Taylor. Chet Taylor in the 911 SRSR from 1974.
You know, the first time I came here, I didn't know how to take the corkscrew. So I asked Bruce Campbell, what do you look for? He says, just aim towards the oak tree.
That's right.
So I'm going up the hill. I don't see an oak tree. I locked all four wheels up. This was in the TR6. Came smoking down the hill. The picture was on the internet before I got back to the pits. So I went to Canada. I said, "Where's the oak tree?" He says,
you got to come over. Yes, exactly. You got to get over the lip before you start looking for the oak tree.
Once I figured that out, it was all right.
Yeah. Well, we got a cameraman. My good friend Lake is right there by the oak tree, and I said, "I'll look out for anybody coming your way." So we had a bit of a laugh about that because he always has that position to do his filming. So a heck of a position to be in because it's a big drop. There's that Corvette I was talking about from 1969. Can't miss that, can you?
They've really made some nice improvements to the track. The resurfacing, the new crossover bridge, it's really great. It's a world-class event.
Yeah, no question about it. Anderson currently running in the top 10 in this 37 car. And yeah, I tell you what, that would draw a crowd anywhere around the world if you took it racing. It exudes American racing, that, doesn't it?
Yep.
And of course, in previous years here in Monterey, we've celebrated the likes of Corvette and particular marques, whether it be MG or Porsche and so on. And this year, obviously, the groups are labeled by drivers. So the Peter Gregg Trophy, and I think it's quite nice actually to mix it up a little bit for the 50th.
Well, you know, Peter Gregg, although he was always famous for Porsche, one year he had an opportunity to buy a BMW franchise, and part of the deal is he went to BMW, which was a big shock at that time. And Hurley stayed driving Porsches, and Peter went to BMW. BMW had a big program that year with David Hobbs, Benny Parsons, Brian Redmond, Peter Gregg. It was a big effort.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, Peter and then Simon went on to do TransAm as well.
Oh, yeah.
Good player in that. Well, we've got perfect weather here for the weekend. Have you been here for the previous? Because obviously this event starts, a week ago or even longer in terms of the prep here. But the whole Monterey 2 weeks is one hell of an event now.
Well, it's almost sensory overload with the auctions and the shows, and everybody's putting on a show. You just got to pick and choose.
Yeah, you couldn't do it all, could you? Look at Steve Walker in that 76 BMW CSL. Number 1, Castrol colors.
You know, it's funny. What we would think is turn 1 is really turn 2 at the bottom of the hill. I'm interested in seeing all the different lines that go through there. I don't think there's one line that is accepted as being correct.
Well, that car you just saw from Steve Walker there, that was the 1976 European Touring Car Champion, and then runner-up in 77. So another storied car as we take a look at the 55. Coming through shot, that's Chandler Briscoe in a 73 BMW.
At the 3-liter CSL, they made one turbocharged car that was doing over 800 horsepower back in those days.
That must have rattled it to death.
Yeah. But, of course, it's pushing a brick.
Yeah. I don't think Stuttgart would be too impressed with that, but now they look so cool. Back in the day, they were just a bit boxy, but now they just reach
Batmobile.
Cool. Yeah, exactly.
You know, that turn after the corkscrew is an interesting one. You see lines go through there. People generally don't go to the far outside to set up because you got a hard right coming up, so you got to get over left. So you kind of give up something there coming down.
Yeah, and the guys that really know Laguna can take corners like that because the obvious line can be changed, because coming down that hill there is an outside line, but you've just got to get across early to get back, of course, because you're going to the right-hander next. Talked to Wayne Rainey about that, because of course the corner's named after him. He said, why did they name the corner after you? Then he said, oh, well, I have to go. I said, what do you have? I said, what kind of obligation do you have? And he said, I have to sweep it every morning. Wayne Rainey, of course, 3-time MotoGP champion, lives here in the Monterey Hills. And now running Moto America.
I had an M1 street car one time. It was nice, but you know, they didn't have a whole lot of horsepower. 277. Good handling car, though.
That's surprising. You'd think they'd have more with the size of the car. Yep, that's the 1981 M1. IMSA Group 4. Travis Okulski at the wheel. And that was the spare car for the 81 season in IMSA. Well, we're getting a good festival of BMW coverage, that's for sure, in this one. And I'm talking to our Grand Marshal, Phil Warner. And are there any events you haven't been to yet that you're like, oh, I really want to be there before I'm done with all this?
Well, let me think about that for a minute.
Okay.
I love Le Mans.
Yeah.
Been there a number of times. Went to Monaco once. That's kind of a more of a.
You'd enjoy I tell you what you would enjoy is the Monaco Historic.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys obviously take part in that.
Yeah.
But it's a fascinating event. So Pappas has led the whole way. We haven't seen much of him, but he's put on a great show. And here is your leader, Timothy Pappas, in the Zero car. You said, is this the one you went in? Oh,
yeah,
no, it's a W0.
It won Daytona with Hurley and Danny Angias and Ted Field.
1980.
It was called the Interscope 935, and I think the IRS came in and said, "What's an Interscope?" And they had to find a product that they could market
as an Interscope.
As an Interscope.
There you go. Neat looking, and the design with the color scheme makes it look almost thinner than it really is.
You know, black cars, from a photographer's standpoint, do not photograph well.
No, I can imagine on gray asphalt. No. You really want a red or a white.
Another thing about Peter Gregg, you know, he had his cars. The first cars were orange. Then he was very patriotic, so he liked red, white, and blue. And he got a guy named Dave Kent who designed the paint schemes for Peter Brock. On the Datsun to design a paint scheme for Brumos. But that's where the red and white sweeps came from. But the hood was painted red and white, and it was instantly recognizable in a rearview mirror. And it was a psychological thing.
Yeah, that's a clever idea. Yep, you know exactly what's coming.
Actually, the first time the Brumos color scheme came out was out here on the West Coast. May have been Riverside first, then Laguna, with Hurley Haywood in the 9:17.10. Now see, look at that line. See how it's different to turn 2 than everybody does it differently.
Yeah, and it is one of those corners that you can do that. I have seen overtakes on the outside, or
if you go wide and set up, there's always someone that'll deep dive you on the inside.
Right.
So you kind of protect your position by being in the middle.
Yeah, and you can also do a kind of a fakie where you look as though you're going to the inside, force the guy to take that inside line, which slows him down, and then sweep around the outside and hopefully have the position for the next corner on the inside.
Well, I was never good enough to do that.
Well, and I talk a good game. I've just watched a lot of this.
I need to go back and try that,
Yeah. Well, here's that corner you were talking about earlier. Turn left-hander up the hill. That's a tough corner too, this one, because you can easily get locked out on the outside of that if you don't take if you go too fast into it.
Up the hill, the fast left up the hill, it's got a good bank to it, and you can really lay on it.
Yep.
But you don't want to look at what's on the other side of the guardrail.
No, you do not.
It drops off a lot.
Heck.
Oh, what's his lead now? My golly, 13 seconds.
He's killing it. Quick glimpse there of car number 40.
No substitute for cubic inches.
No, that's true. Now, where is my car?
Yep, white flag lap.
Okay, we're on that white flag lap. One more to go. That's Patrick Byrne. Finally, we get to see him in the 40.
Now he's got a good wide line there, but no one's challenging him, so he can take a wider line and get a better exit. Now, if someone was close on you, you'd want to squeeze it a little bit more.
So Pappas and Byrne. Pappas out front, Byrne in second, but the gap is quite huge at this point. And this is going to be a cakewalk for the zero car of Pappas in the 1980 Porsche 935. Monterey Motorsports Reunion comes to a close of its first running of Group 8. Our Peter Gregg Trophy Grid. Bill Warner helping me through it and giving some great insight. Just a weekend I'm sure you'll remember for a long time, right?
Oh, yeah, this is a wonderful weekend, and I feel so honored to be a part of it as a great... I got that job because I missed the Zoom meeting.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So that was your penance, was it?
Yeah, it was.
Fair enough. Here we go then. Out comes the checkered flag, and Pappas Timothy takes the win and does it in style. Well, he absolutely rolled that one. And, some really nice laps. 129 he got into, just dipping under the 130 mark. And doesn't get much better than that. Across the line in second place, Patrick Byrne, not to be surprised by that. He was quite some distance. We only saw a glimpse of him late in the race, but he was running in second for most of it. And Ransom Webster taking third place. Jim Norman in fourth, and Rick Jeffrey in fifth. Chet Taylor sixth. John Anderson seventh in the car we were talking about. And Travis Volkowski in eighth. And we're still waiting for the rest to come over. Zach Brown looks as though he will finish in the top 10. But Bill, thank you so much for coming up here.
Jonathan, it's been a pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for having me.
Absolutely. Feel free to come in as your weekend continues. Maybe come in at the end of Sunday and tell us how your weekend went.
Well, I think I'll see you sometime 2 o'clock tomorrow.
All right, perfect. I'll put a date in. There you go. I'll write it down. Let's head down to Kev Harris down in the paddock.
Well, another great thing about the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion is catching up with old friends. And I'm going to class Jared Lopez here as an old friend because we chatted 12 months ago here and we had a really good time. There was yourself and a few of your guys from your class. For me, it was all about the fun of the event. You guys in the classes, you know each other and you're mates, really, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, we know a lot of the drivers. You know, we do these races most in U.S., also in Europe, so you get to meet the same people, same cars. So it's almost like a championship, you know. It's quite fun.
And that's exactly what you've done. You've flown in from Europe. This event draws people from all over the world. You've flown in just for this, haven't you?
Yes, I have. Yeah, indeed I have. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
And you've done remarkably well because you're the first of the GT cars. You've got some pretty big, fast cars ahead of you, but you're fifth on the grid here, but first of the GT cars.
Yeah, I'm in no man's land. So I got to beat all these cars behind me, and there's obviously no chance of catching those guys. But it's still a lot of fun, you know? So.
Tell us what you're going out, and then talk to us about the car that you're driving, because you weren't running this one last year when we met.
No, it was here last year, but we had a bit of a technical issue. So this is, I think it's a car from the golden era of the GT cars, the GT1 cars, you know, when Ferrari, Aston Martin, all those guys used to run big cars. So this was the American entry, the Saloon. It's a 7-liter engine, carbon fiber body, carbon fiber top. It's a very safe car. So it's a very fun car to drive. As I said, I used to run with the big boys at the time, so it's good to have it here in the US and drive it here.
Yeah, and the fans are just behind the camera, folks. There's a lot of people all flocking around to see these guys. They like you guys bringing them out, but you've been racing for a long, long time. I just peered my head into the cockpit and I said, Jared, that terrifies me. But you've been in this for a long time, right?
Yeah, like 31 years now. What's funny is that I grew up playing basketball and I always hated the fact that I was short. And then I went into racing and I hated the fact that I'm tall. So, and getting in and out of this car is actually not so easy. So,
yeah.
And I'm 53 now, 52 now, so it's actually more difficult.
Full credit to you, sir. It's quite something getting in and out there and then going around here at Laguna Seca at the speeds that you go at. But this time last year as well, we were just getting to grips with the new track. It had just been relayed, 12 months on. How's it running?
Yeah, it's running really well. I mean, clearly you can tell that, you know, it's been run a lot because, you know, rubber is down now and so on. So last year it was a fresh track, which was a bit new. I mean, I remember I did a pole position last year, probably because I didn't know the track, so it was just as new for me as it was for everybody else. You know, this year the track is sort of bedded in, and yeah, it's a super track. It's really very good.
And a quick word about the event as well, and I won't hold you up, so I know you've got to get your helmet on, but a quick word about the event, because we're celebrating 50 years of historic racing here on the Monterey coast, but the Rolex is fantastic this year, isn't it?
It's a super event, and I have a funny story. I have somebody with me here called Don Davis, and I bought a Mark II GT40 from him. And he raced that car 50 years ago at the first event. And he's here with us. He's an amazing guy. Obviously, amazing car. It's Ken Miles GT40. And so to be here, you know, and talk to him what it's like 50 years later, it's unbelievable. And the event is getting better and better. So, you know, we really enjoy it.
Well, listen, Jared, thanks for talking to us. I'm not sure where we are in terms of timing, but I'm sure you've probably got a start to get ready, so I'm not going to hold you up. Go well. What are we saying then? First of the GT cars on this one?
Let's hope so, you know.
Let's hope so. And these boys ahead of you, they are going to be quick, aren't they?
They're going to be very quick.
All right, listen, don't go anywhere, because when we come back, Jared will be out on track. Endurance cars like you've never seen going at high speeds at Laguna Seca. We'll see you in 2.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we'd think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here in August and somewhat fitting as we celebrate Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion for the 50th year. It started in 1974, believe it or not, and we've been going pretty much big guns ever since, and it's grown exponentially each and every year, and so has the quality of the field. There's no question about it. When Steve Earle was running it back in 1974 and starting it all out, I can't believe I'm sure he wouldn't have believed that come 50 years on it would be some 500 entries plus and more, I'm sure, lining up as the years go on. But this is a very special one, and I'm delighted to be joined here in the booth for this one by Chris Ward, who is the president of HSR and been a long time member of the fraternity of racing, and joining me for these interesting cars coming up. We've got a fantastic group coming up of what we call Scott Pruett Legends of Endurance Cup Race 1. And Scott Pruett, of course, obviously one of the greatest endurance racers of all time, and of course a California native, and so somewhat appropriate that we can celebrate his era and his name. Scott Pruett still very much a part of racing. He'll be here, I think, this weekend, but welcome, first and foremost. Looking forward to this one.
What a great race we have in front of us. And actually, just on the way here, bumped into Scott.
There you go.
Told him that he is somewhat lumbered with having me calling this race. So I said I'd try and do him proud.
What's your background then? Obviously, HSR has gone from strength to strength over the years, but you sound like you're an Englishman like myself. So what's your background?
It's actually 25 years to the United States, primarily to support the Volkswagen Group then in experiential marketing and motorsport activities here in North America. Was very proud and honored to be with Bentley in their Le Mans campaign in 2001, 2 and 3.
Wow, that must have been a special era.
Was drinking out that cup on the Sunday night at Le Mans.
There's a bit of history involved there.
One of the highlights. But
Fantastic.
Then fast forward to 2012, and I was presented with the opportunity to start Lamborghini Squadra Corsa here in North America. So initially that was Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the single make series.
We'll be seeing them at COTA in a few weeks.
Indeed, you're right. Super Trofeo, and then the introduction of the GTD car in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And just before the end of my tenure, of course, the fabulous SC63, now competing in WEC and IMSA competition here in North America. So the opportunity arose for me to join HSR just this past January, and could not be more proud to be associated with the preeminent historic sports car racing sanction body here in North America. So it's a huge privilege, and of course our relationship is a fairly young one, the last 4 years with the Rolex Monterey Reunion. I've been coming here for the past 25 years and couldn't be happier to witness the announcement the other day of the handing over of the keys, if you like, to the Friends of Laguna Seca and securing the history, the fabulous history, rich history of this wonderful raceway for the next 55 years.
Yeah, and I think everybody here involved in this event is buoyed by that news, and also just, I don't know, it gives us stability and a sense that this is going to be going for a long time. Not just Laguna Seca, that I think is almost an obvious one. They're not going to get rid of it. But at the same time, the future of an historic event like this, we're celebrating 50 years, and now we've almost got a partial guarantee that it can continue for another 50.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. This rich history that we see lining up on track before us, these stories are now guaranteed to be told for the, as you say, the next 55 years.
Well, welcome. Mark, it's good to see you. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good.
Thanks for coming up.
I am honored, right?
Yes,
I mean,
you are being honored.
It's fantastic, and you talk about this track. I was racing go-karts here in the 70s, early 70s.
Well, you started in go-karts, right?
Exactly. When I was 8 years old, did my first go-kart race, and then go-karts to IMSA cars, GTU, GTO, GTP.
So how do they tell you when they've named a group after you? You just you get a phone call going, we've decided, you've done a pretty good job.
Well, you've been racing 50 years, so we thought we'd do something for you.
There you go.
I hope this is okay.
But is this where you actually cut your teeth in karting?
It is. My very first race was in a GTU Mazda, Mid-Ohio, and was able to parlay that into driving later on the next year with Bruce Jenner, now Caitlin Jenner.
Yes.
And we finished
Loves
second
his
in the GTO class. And then I won my first with Darren Brassfield in a Thunderbird at Pocono, IMSA, won my first of 60 races. Signed a contract with Ford for 86, 87, 88. We won 4 championships in 3 years, and then went to IndyCars. So,
I just want to reiterate that. Scott Pruett, winner of 60 races in IMSA. Pretty impressive. Is anybody going to get up there?
It's been, I've been so blessed. I mean, and coming to the great tracks like this, and so just so you know, I'm an avid fan of cars and race cars, and I walked the whole paddock, got a chance to see all these beautiful cars, a number of them which I drove, a couple of them I forgot I drove, and then got to be reunited with some of the stuff, so it's been absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's great to have you here, and it's great that we're honoring the legends of endurance. I do like the idea because, as you know, Rolex has always been about celebrating a particular mark in a particular year, and it could be a 70th birthday, a 60th anniversary. It could be MG, it could be Porsche. This year we've decided to honor you, the drivers, and name the groups of those eras about that, all of which are Americans, obviously. And I think that is actually a really nice doffing of the cap to what Americans have achieved on the global side of motorsport, not just here in America, but, on a global level. Yourself, Mario Andretti, Parnelli Jones, who we sadly have just lost, Peter Greb we were just talking about, and it's a hefty community to be in.
It's iconic. Like I said, this is absolutely fantastic. Off we go.
Here we go. So this is our Legends of Endurance. Scott Pruett here in the booth. It doesn't get any better than that. We had Jim Hall Jr. earlier, and I'm also delighted to welcome Chris Ward, who will be enjoying this race with us. A good, strong field of over almost 30 cars in this, so definitely. And are there a few that you've driven out there?
Beautiful cars, number of which I drove over the years.
Tell us which ones.
Well, I'm looking at the Saloon. Got to Europe, drove that. Some of the
one Lopez is in, yeah.
Drove a number, even though they're not in this class, a number of 962s, which I got a chance to look at. Getting a little bit tense there. I love this side-by-side racing. I mean, now they're heading up to 6. Absolutely fantastic.
That's awesome. Yep, it's 6 and up the way, all straight and towards that iconic. What happened when the first time you went up at a cart and to corkscrew? Did it Mouth in your heart in your mouth.
We really can't get the true impression of what the corkscrew's like looking at it on TV. But when you go up there, IndyCar, sports cars, and you're running 170 miles, close to 170 miles an hour, and you cannot see the turn, heavy braking, turn left, and then drop literally 3 or 4 stories in a very short period of time, it takes your breath away.
Oh, no question. Timothy Pappas, who, we've got Jonas van Overbeek, who I've seen at these events before. I'm not sure if that's him at the wheel, because as we know, Pappas was in the previous race. Is that right? Or is that another Pappas? PJ Hyatt is the one leading the way, though, in the 99, I can tell you that. Scott Durnick and De Silva in car number 6. Travis Engen, in the number 2. And we look like Ricky Taylor has been brought in, a bit of a ringer coming in. But we'll take all.
Yeah. How great that aside from the wonderful cars that we have these owners of these wonderful vehicles that are keeping them alive. We've got, contemporary race car drivers out there on the track going door to door with octogenarians.
Yes.
I don't want to...
no, it's a good point.
...to betray any confidences on how old Travis is, but he really does an incredible job in that fabulous Audi R8 LMP. What a spectacular car. He told me just yesterday 60,000 miles, race miles, he's put on that car since he took ownership of it.
That's
just
pretty
extraordinary.
impressive.
18 race events a year. Amazing.
Wow. Yeah, to say he spanned that 50 years of racing is pretty much the truth. So that gives you some idea, and pretty impressive. How do you compare Laguna to the other tracks? I mean, we all talk in, wispy terms about how amazing Laguna is, maybe mostly because of its location here on the Monterey Peninsula, but as a racetrack, it has something special too, doesn't it?
When you look at those great, difficult racetracks throughout North America, 2 of those are right here in California. You got Sonoma, about 2 hours north of here, and Laguna. And growing up here and racing on the old track, so you didn't actually have the infield turns like we see now. You go turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then turn 4 was up the hill. IndyCar, you run about 180 miles an hour, and you didn't actually lift until you got there. Needless to say, it was a bit dangerous. Mario had a massive crash here into IndyCar, and that, I think, propelled the facility to add what we know as turns 2, 3, 4 now. But to drive it, to race on it, and every sponsor wants to be here. Every spectator wants to be here. You talk about Monterey, Carmel, beautiful area, technical track, great place to be.
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I heard that Mario in that crash broke his Rolex that day, and that's what upset him more than anything else.
Is that a key word for something else?
No, absolutely not. And of course, Rolex have been a perennial sponsor of this event for many years, but Mario didn't want to lose any of his Rolexes that he won.
Scott, the track was repaved just last year. Tell us, over a period of time, how does the track evolve, and how does a repave affect the driver the first time they visit a facility after a job like that?
The nice thing was, it was time for this track to be replaced. Most of the asphalt had got polished off. There wasn't a lot of grip. All the drivers complained. It's just so slippery out there all the time. So when they came in and paved, getting rid of all the bumps, and typically what you see with a racetrack is you're going to start. They patch it with cement, and then they patch it with a different asphalt, and then they patch it with something different, and that creates a lot of bumps and different frictions on the surface. So it's been really good when we see getting that opportunity, smooth the track, and get a lot more grip, and the speeds go up, the racing gets better. Across the board, it's better for everybody.
Well, you're listening to Chris Ward and Scott Pruett, who this particular group is named after. So very proud to have him here with us. But let's head down to Kev now, who's got the latest in the paddock.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. Well, how about this? It's actually quite quiet down here on the pre-grid. And look who I've caught up with, Jenson Button. Jenson, great to see you. Thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. you just told me something remarkable. Qualifying yesterday here at Laguna Seca was what?
My first time around this track. In a race car anyway, but yeah, it was interesting. In an old car as well, you know, it's always a bit scary on new tracks, but in an old car, yeah, it was interesting.
And the thing about the Rolex is the cars have to be period, they have to be authentic, and they have to have provenance. And your car that you've bought here ticks all of those boxes. Tell us about it.
Yes, so it's the 1952 C-Type, the only bronze one in existence. Originally owned by Fangio.
This is phenomenal. He was the first owner, right?
Yes, yeah. So he had it as his road car when he was racing for Ferrari. So good times. And then it was bought by someone else in Argentina. They raced it. And then it came to Europe. It's raced for the last couple of decades in Europe as well. So it's won Le Mans Classic, it's won Monaco, it's won Goodwood. And I raced it for the first time last year at Goodwood, and we qualified on pole, which is good. But we had a little gremlin that crept in and didn't finish.
How long have you had it for? And was this a car that you searched out and thought, I'm going after that one?
5 years. Yeah. 5 years I've had this car. So now it's been a little while because I wanted to get the engine prepped correctly. Technology's come a long way since the 50s, but you know, you can't really do much in terms of brakes because they're drums. You know, with setup is very limited, but you can tune the engine. So we have a lot more power than they had back then, a lot more. But the car's the same, so it's just more difficult to drive. But it's all good. It's going to be fun. We're racing. Well, we're not racing them. There's cars in this race that are from the 60s, so they're 10 years newer. Very difficult to race them. Bigger tires, more power. But there's a D-Type starting right next to us, which is kind of cool. So we'll have some fun, and it's just to show the car off, really. There's so many beautiful cars here, and it's great to see so many people driving them relatively hard, but also just letting us all enjoy them, really.
And that's what this event is all about, isn't it? It's just about enjoying them. There's cars here that speak to so many different people, isn't it? And I mean, a great event, and we're celebrating 50 years of historics on the Monterey coast. So I mean, historic racing, is this something that you love? You're obviously still doing the bigger stuff as well, but you're going to see yourself doing more and more of this?
Yeah, definitely. Well, I've got a race car from the 50s, so I go now. But no, what I like about here is you've got cars like this. They all have to be in period. But then you have more modern stuff as well, so things from 20 years ago, 10 years ago, and you see the DPIs going around here, and then they finish their race, and we go out in a C-Type. So yeah, it's kind of random. It's great for the fans to come and see so many cool cars, yeah, I've just been walking around. It's pretty relaxed here. You can go and see every car you want, touch it, not sit in it, but it's kind of cool. I'm also racing a couple of races after this in an Alpha with my good friend Maz Fawaz. It's an enduro race, so. Again, you meet so many cool people, and I've got a lot of friends here that I haven't seen for a long time. So it's an amazing spectacle.
And are you able to move around as a fan and enjoy it yourself, or are you getting doorstep for modern day selfies, the autograph everywhere you go?
It's a little bit more relaxed than like Goodwood for me, because we're in the States. But still, there's a massive love for motorsport, so they still recognize people. It's just a little bit less. So.
Well, listen, Jenson, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get ready for it, but go well. And there you go. I'm sure the fans are going to love it.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
There you go. Johnny, we'll go back to you. How about that?
Yeah, and it's funny, no question, seeing Jenson for the first time this weekend. I was about to mention that, of course, he's racing in the big boy stuff in WEC in 3 weeks' time at COTA. He'll be at the sharp end of the World Endurance Championship, so he's still going strong. But, Scott, he's kind of taken a leaf out of your book. I know you weren't a Formula One World Champion. But, he's now spreading his wings a little bit, going into endurance racing. He's done NASCAR. I don't think he'll go into Indy by any means, but he's now enjoying the fruits of what it is to be a top-level driver, and then let him get to enjoy it, really enjoy it.
That's a great way to put it, because so I started in sports cars, 10 years Indy cars, a couple years NASCAR, back to sports cars. Getting that opportunity to drive all these different cars, getting that opportunity to win the Rolex 24 10 times in class, 5 times overall, getting that opportunity to race against all these great drivers. When people talk to me, what was your favorite race? What was your favorite car? And I said, the thing that I cherish most, because I had a 50-year career, I actually did race go-karts at the World Championships in Italy with Ayrton Senna.
Oh, wow.
I got a chance when I started in sports cars to race against Hans Stuck and Klaus Ludwig and icons. And then through that career, we did, because of all the championships I won, I got a chance to do all these great IROC races. So in IROC, International Race of Champions, they bring 4 sports car guys, 4 open wheel guys, and 4 NASCAR guys. So Dale Earnhardt Sr. and Ricky Rudd and Bob Wallach and
Alonso.
And exactly. And so you get to race all those absolutely brilliant race car drivers. Interesting story, my very first prototype win came in 1986. I was driving a Forza 962 with Bob Wallach at the Columbus Dealers 500. Now it's back in 1986, and it was such a great car to drive. Getting that opportunity to drive with Bob Wallach. Unfortunately, we lost him at Sebring. And so that's the thing that's most special. Whether you look at Scott Dixon or Helio or all those incredible drivers, getting that opportunity to wheel to wheel, fender to fender. One of my greatest memories was from Indianapolis for the Brickyard. It was Dale Sr. and I the whole race. I was 9th, he was 10th. He was 9th, I was 10th. When the checkered flag flew, I was 9th, he was 10th. And as Dale did, he'd come give you a shove after the checkered flag. And he came back after me at the end of the race, came looking for me, said, Pruett, I think you're starting to figure this shit out. So
that's high
great
praise.
Memory. Absolutely great memory.
I love it. That is high praise. You're listening to Scott Pruett, of course, who's Group 7 are in action right now, and they've been beetling away. We've just heard from Jenson Button, who is, of course, one of our invited guests. But I say that, like he says, he's bought the car, he's had it 5 years, and he wants to race it. So, and it's a special car, too, to think that Fangio raced that car. Unbelievable.
That is a beautiful car. And we're looking at more beautiful cars right here. I mean, I got the chance to race wheel-to-wheel with these guys as well in their day, which, I don't know, when I see all these race cars that I had that opportunity to drive and win championships and races, and they're historic, does that mean I'm historic? Or just old?
We use the word legend.
Legend, yeah, we prefer legend. It says here, look, Legends of Endurance Cup and your name above it.
In print, in the program.
It's official, Scott. There's no getting away
from it. It's in
writing.
It's in writing. I got it.
Not sure what was going on with the hair there, but no, it's okay.
That's vintage.
That's vintage hair.
Well, it looks like we got a race for P2 on our hands with 3 laps to go.
Yep.
Ricky Taylor
has got up to third. Yeah,
is up to third and has closed the gap by 4 seconds on second now. So we'll see.
Well, PJ's been hooning around and he's not really holding back. He's putting in some pretty fast 122s at the moment. And the Dernix De Silva car in second place, and as you say, Ricky Taylor up to third now. Travis Engen just behind him. And it must be a thrill for those guys who are, if you like, just historic racers, to be in a field with some big names. And see Ricky Taylor just jump in and think to yourself, hang on a minute, what am I doing up against PJ and Taylor here? But great.
And I think Ricky only arrived at the track today, so he's had
morning,
no practice
time.
Half
helmet will travel.
Absolutely.
But he knows this place pretty well.
yeah, you could say that.
I fendered him wheel to wheel a lot around this place.
Look, and he's got that gap down to a second now. So
it's more than anything else, as I walk around the paddock and I see the fans truly appreciate and love these cars, loves the commitment that these three owners have to keep them in this historic colors and trims and how they were racing today. And now I see they bring their kids, 10 years old, 12 years old, 15 years old, and you see that passion. And all the cameras come out and all the pictures. And then you throw in these great drivers that are showing up and doing what they do, and I love it. I love every minute of it.
I've been very privileged to spend a lot of time with some of the iconic two-wheel guys as well, like Mick Doohan, Giacomo Agostini, and many others, Carl Fogarty. And it's funny, a lot of them, because of the pressure of being at the top end, never realized just how much the fans loved it until they retired. Mick Doohan now in the paddock with his own son racing pretty much on the verge of Formula One. And he's such a different guy, but he appreciates motor racing so differently than when he was racing. Was that true for you?
It is, and now when you think about us coming to a race weekend, all the drivers, our focus is one thing: the car, and go and win.
Yeah.
Period. And so when the fans come around,
you don't want
it wasn't the fact that we were trying to be ugly or short.
No.
It's that our focus was somewhere else. We come to events like this, just as we were listening to Button talk a little bit.
Yeah.
It's very relaxed. You get the opportunity to sign autographs and tell stories, and even as I go around to the owners of some of my old cars, giving them the backstory.
Yeah.
Stuff that they never knew about the car and competition and the things we did. And
yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Checkered flag
Checkered
coming
flag is
out
out for PJ Hyatt then, and that was a pretty much, well, he wiped the floor with everybody on that one. But I don't suppose anybody didn't expect that to happen. But you need a pretty handy driver to be able to handle a car. Oh, somebody's gone off on Andretti, but has managed to gather it all together by the looks of things. But yeah, I think that's a commonality among drivers. You're so focused, it's your job. I mean, you can imagine everybody thinking about going to work and having 100 people following him around. They're going, hey, I remember you driving that car. It's a bit of an odd thing, isn't it? But that's what you expect as a high-level profile motorsport driver.
Hey, well, thank you for letting me spend a little time in the booth. I'm truly just blessed and honored to have a class named after me here, and like I said, I'm loving every minute of it, and getting a chance to see some of these old cars that I got to drive, and so many rich memories. All the fans, and I talk to, I guess, one of those things you come around and talk to these young men and women, and they said, I remember as a kid we used to come and watch you drive and
you
hanging on the fence. It's absolutely it's fun because they're still coming to the track.
Yeah.
And they still have these rich memories of the races that we all competed in and doing what we did, and it's pretty special.
Yeah, and the truth is we as fans live vicariously through your endeavors, and I think that's, again, something you only realize after you finish.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Scott. It's been a joy. You feel free to come in any of the groups, but certainly your own. But enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
I hope you have some fun out there.
How can you not enjoy your time in Monterey, Carmel?
Exactly,
right?
exactly. And no question about it, Chris. I know we got surprised by bringing Scott in, but we had to have a good chin wag with the man himself.
Watching legends on track and being joined by a legend in the booth. What's better?
I'm going to throw to a break, but after the break, stay with me because I'd just like to get one input from you about what you're looking forward to. We'll take a short break here from Monterey. We'll be right back.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement, and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Touareg.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
Well, I'm really excited to say we're down here in the California sunshine, and I've just witnessed a little bit of history, because the future of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is now set for the next 55 years, thanks to the friends of Laguna Seca. And the lady there is part of the team that's made it all possible is with you now, the CEO, Laurie Everhart. Laurie, great to see you. What a presentation. Just talk us through what we've just seen.
Sure, Kev. Great to be here. We just had a ribbon cutting and a handing over the keys for the new management contract that Friends of Laguna Seca is the new manager of the Laguna Seca Raceway. And we've got a 55-year agreement that we will be fulfilling and executing to really reimagine, reinvest, and refurbish this facility. You know, it's a beautiful piece of property. It's a beautiful part of the country. And because it's just been underfunded. And we've got the capital that we can raise. We've got some expertise that we can bring to the table, really start this new chapter and have another, 55 years of success here at Laguna Seca. So it's a really, really happy day.
Well, I'm all for that, and I tell you, having been to this event now and this racetrack 3 times in the past already, the next 55 years, I'm looking forward to all of them, if I'm still around. But you got some great names as well as part of the Board of Trustees who are making this all happen. We've just seen some of them on the stage. You're the CEO, but other names, all with provenance, just looking after the keys to this place.
We've got a great all-volunteer board. So it's Ross Merrill, who's a local agricultural person. We've got Bruce Canepa, who, as you know, is in the historics. We've got John Fiber, Ned Speaker, Gordon McCall, and then Jason Rederer. So we've got a great board that's volunteering 100% of their time. Really, really busy business folks that want to dedicate their time and their talents to making sure that this raceway stays around for 55 years. So it's very exciting, and a lot of people, as you know, in motorsports feel very passionately about Laguna Seca. It's got a worldwide reputation. It's one of the top 10 race courses in the entire world, the only one in the United States that's listed. It's also the #1 downloaded raceway on gaming systems, so it's got a global audience. People love this speedway, and I'm just happy to be a part of the future and how we can change it and upgrade it and bring it to a 5-star hotel level.
Yeah, listen, I tell you what, the future is in safe hands. I can't tell you that enough. But also as well, this event is this year, the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion. Rolex has been looking after the event since 2010, but there's been historic racing here for 50 years. It's the 50th anniversary. It was 1974 when it all started. So there's a lot to celebrate this year, isn't there?
It's a lot to celebrate with the 50th year of the historics and the reunion, which is a unique lifestyle event. I mean, you just walk through the paddock area and you see all these cool cars.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. And everybody should be excited about it. But you have celebrating 50 years here of historics, one chapter, and now celebrating 55 years of the future is kind of the end of the bookends that we're celebrating. It's a really historic day.
It is. It's a really nice bookend. That's exactly how you put it perfectly there. Listen, Laurie, thank you ever so much. You're going to be very busy all weekend. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but please do just enjoy it. And thanks for talking to us.
Thanks so much, Kev. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being here.
No worries. Thanks, Laurie. Johnny, how about that? There are more cars going on track, so I think we'll hand straight back to you. But, oh boy, it's quite something down here in the paddock.
This is the show where 2 pros in 2 different worlds come together in Monterey, California. Today we pair professional race car driver ready for his race at Laguna Seca with a local soccer star from Monterey Football Club. This is Monterey Pro v Pro.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Mason.
Nice to meet you, Pierce.
Nice to meet you. So what are we up to?
Yeah, so we're here at Cardinale Stadium, home of Monterey Bay FC.
It's beautiful out here.
Yeah, this is a really nice area. The stadium's only a couple years old and the team's new to the league, so really excited about what we're building here in Monterey for the soccer community.
That's cool.
So if we're gonna play soccer, we gotta do it right. Here's a little gift from the club. Hope you enjoy it.
Let's check it out. Oh, check that out. It's got the race number and everything. That's pretty sick.
How comfortable are you out here on the field?
Dude, I haven't played soccer probably since I was in 6th grade.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's been a long time. So.
Hopefully we can improve your game today.
Yeah, I hope so.
Point of the show, we're going to work on ball control. So let me show you how it's done.
Getting fancy on me.
Just like that.
All right. P1, I already screwed it up. Oh, I missed. Oh, I missed. It's worse than you thought.
It's good enough. We'll give him a passing grade, but barely. All right, so now we're gonna give you a couple shots from the penalty spot, see if you can score on me in the goal.
You need gloves?
I don't think so. I saw you shooting, I think I'm fine.
See how it goes. See, he knew it was coming.
That's pretty good. That was good, though. I actually had to save it.
Hey, man, it's easier than the control part.
All right, last one. Game on the line.
I was going for the corner. Well, now I got to see how you do it. Wait, am I actually supposed to block these? I'm nervous, man. I saw the kicks earlier. If it's coming too hard, I'm not even going to go for it.
I won't shoot it that hard.
Oh. Oh. Can you at least call it for me if I have a chance?
Tell you which way I'm going?
Yeah.
All right. You're left.
All right. Man, that was a blast.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
was fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out.
Dude, I could come out and watch a game. Where should I get some tickets?
Yeah, you can look on our website, just Monterey Bay FC, and then in any of our social media, it's the same thing, Monterey Bay FC.
Sweet.
So come out. Yeah, we'll show you a good time.
Thanks for giving me some tips out there, man. I think I need another like 10 years of training, but let's take it over to Laguna Seca and I can show you a little bit of my office.
Sounds good. Let's do it. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Yeah, so we're here at WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca. It's one of the most famous tracks in the world. It's really cool. It has a 5.5-story drop right there in the middle, and this thing's the Hyundai Launcher N. It's kind of like the race car that I raced that we won last year in, and man, the grip it has around here is insane. What we're gonna do is we're gonna run through some autocross courses here, then we're gonna hit the track and take you down the corkscrew.
Cool, I'm ready for it. Let's do it.
But if you're gonna be a race car driver, you gotta do it right.
Look at
Here's the
this.
suit.
Thanks, man.
All
Gotta
right.
throw this on. How's the suit look?
Looks good, man. You're looking proper. So we have a little autocross set up. You're gonna take this Hyundai Launcher N through it. So I'm gonna take you for a rip, and then you're gonna jump in there and show me how to do it. The goal is do not hit any cones and go as quickly as possible.
Okay. Damn. I will not be doing that fast. Getting close to it.
So,
yeah.
looks like you're up.
Good to go?
Yeah, good to go.
All right.
All right, then you got hard left here, and then left, and then accelerate, and then hard on the brakes. There we go.
Okay.
Let's go. I'm gonna coach him down to a sub 20. Let's go. Let's take a short break, and we'll head over to the track.
Sounds good. See you there.
Ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go. I guess you haven't been on a racetrack before. This is crazy. Pretty calm. Yeah, I was just trying to be cool. Pit lane. Wow.
That was crazy. I didn't know what to expect, but that was crazy.
All right, so here we are, top of the corkscrew, and this is one of my favorite places to watch the race, and you can kind of see all the way to the bay.
Yeah, it's awesome up here.
You play like right over there, right?
Yeah,
Like
not too
a
far.
mile away.
Yeah, not too far. How can I come and support you race?
So you can check out WeatherTechRaceway.com. You can go to any of the races during the 2024 season, but you got to come to the IMSA one. It's awesome. Last year we were able to win here at my home track, and hopefully we can do it again.
Awesome.
So at the end of the race, if you're on the podium, you get to spray some champagne.
Okay.
So take your thumb. You want like a garden hose. All right, you're gonna give it a good shake and start shooting it. There you go. They usually do a cheers.
Cheers.
This is Monterey Pro v Pro.
Welcome back. Beautiful afternoon here in Laguna Seca, looking high above the corkscrews. We get ready for our next group. This is Group 2, the Briggs Cunningham Trophy. And again, we celebrate Briggs Cunningham, another great driver from American history. And we also celebrate this group, which is Front Engine GT Sports Car Races and American Specials. And therefore spanning from 1947 to 1960. And Briggs Cunningham, fascinating character, owned and raced Jaguars, Ferraris, Corvettes, Listers, you name it. And also known for constructing and fielding teams in the 50s with Cadillac and Chrysler and Hemi Howard Cunninghams. So the Cunningham name very much synonymous with American racing. He was also a pretty fine yachtsman too, and skippered the America's entry into the 1958 America's Cup. So a man of many talents indeed, but Briggs Cunningham, a name that is synonymous with the evolution of motor racing here in the USA. And we've got some really nice cars out here. Some Parkinson Jaguar Specials. Mike Fulmer out here in a Lotus 11. We've got some Mr. Knobbly, Warrior Bristol, and that's a one-off. Jack Perkins driving that. Devon's out there, Kelowna. And yeah, some really beautiful cars. And as we say, it's an amalgamation, if you will, of front-engine GT cars, sport car racers, and American specials. When we say American specials, we kind of look at how the Americans got hold of these European cars in the first place and sort of did their own thing with them, made them into specials. Poopers, Porsche Coopers, combining those two. So you've got some interesting names. Got an AMT Piranha out there from 1960. Sadler Mayer Special from 1959. And the Jaguar XK120 that sort of made its name here on the West Coast at the beginning and won the opening races at Pebble Beach with the likes of Phil Hill, Stirling Moss coming here and racing at Laguna, in fact, in one of those. And so some great history. And just seeing if my good friend James Alder made the grid, because he usually does the traditional make it across the hills from Nevada, drives the race car as it was in the day. Beautiful sand, still under the pace car. And we're led away by Mark Hamilton Peters in a Rejo Mark 6 from 1959. Mark Osborne was due to drive, and the pole position, I'm not sure if Mark actually drove the car yesterday, but it wasn't Mark. It's not Mark Osborne at the wheel right now. It's Mark Hamilton Peters. So I got handed a note earlier in the day to let me know that was the case, and I'm glad he did. I'd have been calling him the other name. It's hard when the helmets are on and cars are out there and you've got your list of who. But a good, strong field. 35 cars again in this group. This is Group 2. Briggs S. Cunningham Trophy Grid. Their first race of the weekend. It's going to be busy out there with 35 cars and all with varying degrees of both skill and displacement. Got a Curtis Special SR100 out there. A Sorrel Curtis Special from 1955. Ferrari 250 GTS WB from 61. And a Baldwin Mercury Special from 1949. Steve Sannett racing that. So getting up to speed here. That's the number 60. Number 6. That's the Lister Knobbly. Al Serio. And that has raced here at the Reunion back in 2010. So it's a well-known facet. I love that shot. You can only do that with a drone. You get the movement, the speed, and the distance and height. We are above Monterey, looking down to the bay. And as they all drop off the lip, looking for that oak tree, as we heard earlier, that was the important thing. Head to the oak tree, they said. And of course, you've got to find it first. Yeah, James Alder is in the number 33 Jaguar XK120 OTS. And he is a regular here at the Monterey Peninsula and has been racing some, 30 or so years. And like I said, he drives the actual car across the hills. And he's a real character. I'm sure we'll have him in here. It's hard to keep him out sometimes. But James Alder is definitely one of the great characters of historic racing here in the USA. So here we go. Group 2 about to get underway. Our Briggs Cunningham Trophy Grid. 35 cars in all. Let's hope they all make it. And away they go. And they tend to just give each other a little room through the first 2 corners here at Andretti. And then into turn 3 and 4, and then they open them up a little bit more. A nice shot of Nick Colonna in the Devon SS from 1958, that all bright red, number 9. Beautiful car. And it was once awarded at Rolex for the overall excellence in this car, so it's got a storied history just at this event alone. And this is one of the original Devon 15 Devon SS race cars with the tubular frame. As we look back now at 61, through your shot now, that is Edward Nigro in the Lola Mark 1 from 1959. And behind him, the 84, the Sadler Mark 4 from 1959, and Greg Mayer at the wheel. And already starting to get some racing on, and also starting to spread the field out nicely as they head towards the corkscrew again. Dropping down, Mark Hamilton-Peters leading the way and pulling away at the front. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays this, because he's going to get into traffic before the end of this Group 1 race, I'm pretty sure. And of course, Jenson Button in the 1952 Jaguar C-Type, raced originally by Juan Manuel Fangio. And you can understand why that is a special car, and even a world champion from Formula One with a huge career behind him and in front of him, I may add. He's still racing at the top level. And he's done a bit of extreme racing. He's done a bit of NASCAR racing as Jenson. And obviously now turning his hand to a full season of world endurance with the USAC Porsche team. So still at the high end, and he was describing his run at Le Mans as being one of the hardest races he's ever done with the rain and so on. As we take a look at Robert Davis in that 1960 Lola Mark 1, and then the number 9, that's again the Devon SS of Nick Colonna. And Button currently in 8th position. Colonna just behind him in 9th. Davis in 10th position. I remember first meeting Jenson Button as a Formula 3 driver at Macau. And back then, he had just kind of missed out on having to get his way and make his way into Formula 1. He got an instant run with a test drive with Williams, and he never looked back after that. And Macau was just the icing on the cake. But the organisers offered the opportunity to win big money if he'd win races in both Macau and Korea, because back then the sort of world final was split over 2 races at Macau, 2 races at the Grand Prix of South Korea. And Jenson, along with many other of his brethren from that era, did all 4 races. And I distinctly remember watching Jenson put the car through its paces, and we all knew back then that he was headed towards Formula 1, and he certainly put on a show that proved it. And here is Jenson Button. Jaguar C-Type, and of course we call the 120 the E-Type. Well known for his deft touch at the wheel, but it's probably twice the size of his old Formula 1 wheel. And look at him. He's loving it. But he's trying to push on, isn't he? But I'd love to just stay on his hands for a while, because he's definitely enjoying fighting that car. And that's what historic racing's all about. It's a real challenge. And just throw away all the gadgets and learn what real racing's all about. And I think it must give him an admiration for someone like Fangio to see what they had to deal with these, frankly, recalcitrant Jaguars back in the day. And great to see him enjoying historic racing. Spends a lot of time here on the West Coast. He's got a house out here, and even though he's traveling around the world with Sky, doing Formula One coverage, he still gets a chance to come and do some of this, which is great. Saw Alex McAllister, excuse me, in that 1955 D-Type, coming through shot briefly. McAllister has had a busy day. He's been in about 3 races and currently running in 7th in this one, as Peters continues to lead. That's Mark Hamilton Peters replacing Mark Osborne, and in the pole position, 1959 Rayhome Mark 6. First glimpse of Robert Davis in a Lola Mark 1A from 1960. Here he comes. Under the bridge. Pretty little thing, isn't it? Love the yellow wheels. And the line on this car says probably built in 1960-61. So it is down as a 1960 Lola Mark 1A, but sold to Grant Clark, the original owner, from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, in 1962. Raced the car when new in Canada and the USA, as well as racing at Mosport and Mont-Tremblant in Canada. And this car won at Sebring, Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio, Road Atlanta, Savannah, and Lime Rock Park. So very storied history indeed. Beautiful car still, absolutely immaculate. Davis currently running in 9th, just behind Jenson Button. You've got a feeling you'd want to overtake Jenson just once so you could say, yeah, I overtook the world champ. I was hoping Jenson might pop out when we had McLaren festivities all of last year around the world, and of course Zach Brown playing a big part in that. But I think Jenson was busy running around doing Formula One at the time. One of his championship cars were here. Well, I say Formula One championship cars, not the championship car. One for Braun. One of the McLarens he entered in. Didn't win the title in that one. But a great career for Jenson Button. And just like so many greats, now giving back in many ways, doing broadcasting and giving his time and enjoying it, I think. He's a great pundit. You can watch the Formula One here in the States, working with Sky, and just getting an insight into what the driver's mind is all about. And we've been very blessed here to get the likes of Nico Rosberg, and Jenson Button, Karen Chandok, Anthony Davidson, and guys from different eras, but all with some fantastic knowledge, obviously, of what this sport is all about. Through goes the 24, the leader of the race. That's Peters, wheeling that hard and extending his lead, putting in some handy times too in this Briggs Cunningham Trophy race 1, and pulling away at the front. He's got just a 4-second lead at the moment here in our Group 2. It's actually, well, it says in mine a Mark 4 actually. Climax Special, the Rio Climax Special, one of 2 cars, total production of 12, built to FIA regs, and the original owner, John O'Sullivan, raced it continuously from 1959, including the 1961 Guards Trophy race at Brands Hatch. So it's had a busy time, and it's one of a dozen Mark 4s. It is a Mark 4, not 6. Designed and built by Rod Easterling in the early 16, and definitely has a great history, and it's adding to that today. Evidently, Colin Chapman offered Easterling a job as a designer. And of course, it was designed to race against the likes of the Lotus 11. no, sorry, we've seen the 84. That's Greg Meyer in the Sadler Mark IV. Beautiful car. I've been up close to that one too over the years. And that one running currently in second place to this man. He really does drop down the hill quickly. And for some, like James Holder, who I'm looking at down in the middle of that group there, this is just a fun time. He won't be taking it too hard. He just likes to preserve that car. He always has some sort of gremlin go wrong with it at the weekend, but if you're going to drive the car a few hundred miles over the mountains of Nevada and then down to Laguna, then you're always risking it a little bit. But he has fun along the way. And Meyer trying to get on level terms with our leader, but I think that's going to be a tough ask this afternoon. Edward Negro has come down to, fourth position now. It started in second, so he had a front row start. David Swig now up to third position in the number 16, the Scarab Mark 1. That just looks so much fun, doesn't it? And as the laps tick down, we're 5 laps in, and some of the midfield starting to put their best laps in of the race. Everybody getting the tyres up to temp, and now it's a bit more spread out. People can concentrate on just zoning in on their own lap times rather than racing necessarily. The guys at the front are already catching. McAllister up to 7th now. Let's take a look at the 63 of John Mott Jr. and the Allard K2. Seems somewhat pedestrian compared to some of the other cars out there, but absolutely glorious. And we've also got a man who has been running for president. I don't know if he still is. Lars Manstead in the XK120 from 1952. Lars, a local here in California, running for the Libertarian entry into being the president of the United States. Well, it's a tough competition. I remember meeting Lars a few years ago, and he is a long member of the fraternity of historic racing here. Ned Spiker, likewise, he's got the Ferrari 250 GTS. And Bill Rookledge, another one in the 52 Jaguar. We've got a lot of XK120s out there this weekend. And like I said, very much one of the formative cars of racing here on the West Coast. That's David Swig in that Scarab Mark 1, pushing hard. Yeah, I mentioned James Holder in that 52 Jaguar. There are several out there, but approximately 160 race weekends starting in March 1982. I said he's been around, and bases himself in Reno, and like I said, knows everybody in the paddock, often comes on the booth in these sorts of events. We go back to the 16. Now that Scarab did major events in 1958, including Palm Springs, Santa Barbara, Riverside, Thompson, Meadowdale, and Laguna here, and Nassau, Bahamas. Of course, back in the day, Nassau races became a big deal. Great to see the paddock so packed as well. Over 500 cars entered, and it's a far fetch from where we all started out with some 60 plus cars back in 1974. What an event, what growth it's had. And I think the icing on the cake was the passing of the keys earlier this weekend, which we've heard about, cementing the future of this sort of racing here and many other forms of racing. John Doonan is hopefully going to come and join me, but the head of IMSA here, the CEO of IMSA here this weekend, and IMSA, of course, raced here, IndyCar, TransAm. Whee! Bit of a moment for the 61, but he grabs it. A little bit out of shape, but grabs the 59 Lola by the neck and makes sure it stays in the straight line. Currently in 4th position, just ahead of Brian McKieran. That car was sold to Alan Ross, and in 1960, Ross displayed it at the 61 British Racing and Sports Car Club racing car show before it was shipped to the USA. And when it got to North America in 61, did the 12 Hours of Sebring, driven by Chuck Hall, brother of Jim Hall, of Chaparral fame. And we had Jim Hall Jr. in here. And then Alan Ross finishing 2nd in class. Also participated in SCCA modified racing competition with Doc Wiley from 61 to 66. And has been part of the Monterey Reunion for many years. White flag out then for the 61 and the rest of the field. So another great history to that car, as crossing the line for his last lap is the 42 of Brian McKieran in that vintage car, which has raced for the last 42 years in a row. That 1956 Lotus 11 Le Mans, just passed by a moment ago. Last lap then of our Briggs Cunningham Trophy first race, Group 2, and it's been pretty much an easy run for the pole man, the 24 of Mark Hamilton Peters in that Reho number 24 car, Mark 4, and he comes to the last corner and out of the last corner and towards the checkered flag, and there it is, and he takes it by, well, quite some gap. I reckon Greg Mayer coming across the line, just under 4 seconds behind him. Nice roar as he goes across the line. So Mark Hamilton Peters then with a nice easy run to start off the weekend. Congratulations, winner of the Briggs Cunningham Trophy race. Second place going to Greg Mayer, and third place to David Sweet. Edward Nigro in 4th place. Brian McKieran just getting past Nigro in the last moments there to go into 4th place. And Al Asirio in 6th, ahead of Alex McAllister. Let's head down to Kev Harris for the latest in the paddock.
Be nice and loud so I can hear you.
For sure. Well, here we are then down in the paddock, and it is very, very noisy. There was something very loud just pull out of a garage over there, but while the race is going on track, I'm just catching up with a few enthusiasts, and I got one right next to me now, and they know everything about these cars. Alan Benjamin. Alan, thanks for talking to me just from a moment or two ago just now. Talk to me about what you were just telling about this car that's off your right-hand shoulder here, because some history on this car.
Sure, thanks, and great to be here. This is a 1968 911 TR, and the best records show at the factory they built about 28 of these. And they started with the 911T body shell instead of the 911S body shell because it was lighter weight, and then put a higher performance engine in it. So the Cardex, or birth certificate or build sheet of this car, is absolutely remarkable. It was sold ex-works at the factory with no driver's seat, specially tuned suspension, specially tuned engine. A normal 68S would have been 2-liter, 160 horsepower. This one was probably 170 to 175, and they had a note on the Cardex, no warranty because of that extra horsepower on the engine. The 911R stripes, special exhaust, no undercoating, So it was destined to be a race car literally at day one. And its first accomplishment was second in class at the 24 Hours of Daytona, which is an FIA race, even though it's in America. Then it also got second in class at the 1971 12 Hours of Sebring, additionally an FIA race. And then it got tired of finishing second and started to finish first. So probably its overall greatest victory is 1975 24 Hours of Daytona, first in class, and the class was called GTU, which was 2.5 liter or under. So though the car was born with a 2-liter engine and a 901 dogleg first gear gearbox, by 1975 it had transformed, had big flares on it, a 2.5 liter motor, and a 915 more modern gearbox to handle the additional power. And then what's really remarkable, even though the car's in 1968, in 1979, so think of how old the car is by now and how 911's evolved, it was first in class at Sebring. So it's been racing ever since. It was fast from day one, and it's fast here at Laguna.
That is, I mean, sir, congratulations. You should go on a trivia show to talk about the history of Porsche racing cars. Phenomenal. But what I liked as well about talking to you a moment or two ago, you came to this as an enthusiast and a spectator, and you made it your goal to get yourself on the other side of the chain link fence behind the steering wheel.
Absolutely. I think the 94, 5, 6 I came to watch. 98 was a Porsche year I came to watch. I remember 2004. A Ferrari year I came to watch, and I said, I'm going to do whatever it takes work-wise to get on the other side of that fence with the helmet on, and yeah, it worked out really well.
Well, it has worked out really well. We're going to take a look at a red car, which is across the way down there, so we'll have a little reposition while we have a little stroll down. And you've been doing well today also, Alan, because you've just been out in the car in the middle, and you've had a great day racing in that. Come in close here, just come and get the car this way here.
Sure.
But we just passed another one in the middle. You've been racing in that one as well, but let's talk about this red one, car number 54.
Sure. So this one was made the third day of production for 1967 911Ss, and 67's the model year, but they started to produce them in July of calendar year 66. And so this was born a little bit more of a normal street car. It was purchased by a gentleman named Jack Ryan that owned RBM Motors, which ironically was a Mercedes dealership in Atlanta, but there wasn't really anything in the Mercedes line to race really like this at that time. And Ryan had raced a 904 and other Porsches prior. And with the gentleman named Bill Benker, who worked at the famous Brumos Porsche dealership, the two of them entered the 24 Hours of Daytona, and just two drivers, and they finished 9th overall and first in class, which is remarkable. And when you look at the result sheet that we have on the board there, I mean, all the famous drivers of the periods and the prototypes, Ferraris and GT40s and everything else, and this little thing just kept going and stayed out of the pits. And 9th overall and first in class is amazing. That was an FIA race. And then in 1972, they added on the kind of homemade flares that I was just pointing out don't match side to side, but that gives the car a little bit of character. And in 72, it won an SCCA TransAm race, the very first one at VIR. So it's got FIA wins and TransAm wins, just a peach of a car to drive.
An absolute peach of a car to look at as well. You got three great cars lined up here, all got provenance, all got race history, and you've got the knowledge to back it up. Alan, it's been great talking to you. One thing I must just say as well, because on the top of the hood here, the driver names that we've got on this, alongside yourself, Hurley Hailwood, Patrick Long, Justin Wilson, Alan Benjamin, and Alan Prill. But as you just said, you did an endurance race, and you were hot swapping seats with Hurley Hailwood.
Yeah, the very first HSR Classic 24-Hour Daytona was 2014, and it was a pinch-me moment to be in a Porsche that won its class at Daytona with a little bit of a Brumos connection, and literally driver change. Hurley out, I'm in, I'm out, Patrick Long's in. It was absolutely, truly a pinch-me moment for a Porsche guy.
Well, listen, Alan, thank you very much for talking to us. Step forward so we'll come back into the sunshine, because coming up after this short commercial break, it's going to be Group 4, and Hurley Hailwood is the man who's got his name tagged along to that class. So don't go anywhere, because that's coming up right after this. And big thanks to my pal Alan for talking us through all of that.
Take care.
The feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now, you might not know what's going to happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to Laguna Seca, an absolutely gorgeous day here, and I'm joined here in the booth by a man who doesn't need any introduction. Mike Joy joins us, and he and his son racing this weekend, as they often do at these historic races. But this is pretty special, the 50th year of Rolex and the reunion. I know you've had a huge part to play. I watched you do the prize giving last year, and you know, this is a very special event, and it's unique in many, many ways.
And one I'm thrilled to be a part of for a very long time. Initially, doing television.
Yeah,
I came here when this race aired on Speed Channel,
yeah.
And did for many years. So, just happy to still be a small part of it.
Yeah, we had Bobby Aitken up in the booth earlier, and of course talking about those television days and how Speed Vision kind of took it by the because we were talking about the fact that back in the day I would have thought people went, historic racing, is that going to work on TV? Because you know it's something that has now become very popular
for the same reason that people love to sit on the hillsides here and recapture some of our youth, watching the cars of our youth being driven in anger. You know, I'm hugely in favor of this, as opposed to these cars sitting being dusted in some museum. You know, that just doesn't seem appropriate when we have owners and drivers willing to come out here and run these cars, and we can watch them perform much as they did back in the day.
Yeah.
Certainly the owner drivers now are not the pros of back then.
No.
But I guarantee you we have just as much fun racing these cars as anybody ever did.
We have the expression, I'm sure you've heard it, a busman's holiday, which is when you take some time off work to kind of do the same thing but differently. And that's kind of what you do this weekend with the TransAm, because, of course, you're still heavily involved in motor racing across America, and seen you a few times already this year. But do you enjoy weekends where you can kind of just get off it for a little bit and enjoy your racing?
Well, like most people, I'd rather drive it than watch it.
Yes.
You know, so we've run a few. We ran Sonoma back in June with NASCAR, with historic TransAm. Our group is here. We're Group 9, the Parnelli-Jones group. And then we'll get a chance to run Lime Rock Labor Day weekend, and then the Velocity up at Sonoma. So pretty good schedule for this year.
And like so many guys involved in motorsport, your son has kind of followed in your footsteps a little bit, and you both do historic racing together. That's got to be unique and fun.
It really is, and I get to see him on the pace lap and wave, and
and then he's gone.
Hell, I can't catch him.
So who taught? Did he teach you? Did you teach him to drive?
No, I let people who are professional at teaching race car drivers do that, rather than impart any of my bad habits to him.
Yeah, I really do think I have a very strong-willed father. I think if he did try to teach me, it would have failed, because I would have just rejected anything he said. Just not because he wasn't right, but just because he's my dad.
Yeah, Scott's a great student, and he's a sponge, and he's learned from some of the best, and he's not the least bit afraid to ask questions of people that had been my heroes or are his heroes. So it's served him very, very well.
Mike, we're celebrating some of the great names of American racing, and it's I think it was Robin Miller, Miller that said there was a Mount Rushmore of great racing drivers from America, and A.J. Foyt would be in that, and Parnelli Jones. Those names, of course, are part of the groups. But we're watching Hurley Haywood's trophy, and just another great name. Your thoughts on Hurley?
If there's a Mount Rushmore of road racing drivers, Hurley would be on it. Whether it be sprint races or endurance races, for a very, very long time, he was one of America's best. And now, I guess, in a Porsche ambassador role, he's still very active in motorsports, and just had an absolutely wonderful career. I covered Hurley back from his early days with Peter Gregg in IMSA when I was at Daytona and running Motor Racing Network, and we got to do the PA for a lot of those events, and so got to know Hurley and just really appreciate his talent and dedication to his craft. I can't think of anybody better.
Yeah, and there's no question, you don't win the Rolex 24 5 times, or a 3-time winner at Le Mans himself, and obviously a 2-time winner at the 12 Hours of Sebring. So that pretty much, once you've started winning those races, you're down in the history books immediately.
So these cars in the racing for the Hurley Haywood Trophy are very interesting in that earlier we had Group 9, the group we race in, which is historic TransAm. Cars that began on the assembly line and were converted to race cars. This is the next generation of those. These are tube frame cars, purpose-built race cars with silhouette fiberglass bodywork to satisfy the win on Sunday, sell on Monday desire of the manufacturers.
Yeah. And of course, if you like, that is what the modern day TransAm has now morphed to, effectively. Silhouette, yeah, of course, but still tubular frame. And that's, of course, what modern day TransAm is. I follow that, of course, throughout the year. But, yeah, we've got some special cars out here. You mentioned Rouse, and they're George Crass in the 1985 Mustang. And we've got a Firebird out there from 84, Jim Haig in that one, and some familiar names. I'm sure you race in historic TransAm as well.
Yeah, a lot of these fellows have HTA cars as well. I believe I saw a Mercure go by, and I did. It's Ross Meyer's car. Ross up in Pennsylvania owns America's best collection of Ford-powered race cars. The Mercure was very rare. It was built in Germany, imported to the U.S., sold in Mercury dealers. Nobody bought one. Got a unique biplane rear wing as they raced it in Europe, and here it is racing, and there it goes right there. In white, red, and yellow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Mercury
And how about
Cougar,
that?
look at that.
When was the last time you saw a Buick Somerset? All right, that was...
That's great.
Yeah, the Chevy Cavalier, Buick Somerset, Pontiac Grand Am. Buick wanted to go road racing. They put V6s in those for Tommy Riggins and others, and the cars did very well. So, yeah, this is the second iteration of the Win on Sunday, Sell on Monday class for Detroit. Silhouette-bodied, tube-frame race cars, 4 cylinders, V6s and V8s.
Perfect. Coming up to the top of the hill, and a moment the pace car will pull off and we'll get under racing for our group 4B. We've had 4A out this morning, all part of the Hurley Haywood group that is.
So it's, as you might expect, it's a Ford Chevy front row with a Roush Mustang for George Kress alongside Martin Lauber in one of the Skull Bandit Camaros, I believe. This should be fun. Now, the way the rules were explained at the drivers' meeting, they want drivers to maintain their lane and stay double file to the exit of turn number 3. That works better in some groups than others. The red mist sets in. Some fellows want to go race right away. I think we've, in our group, have done a pretty good job of controlling law and order until the exit of turn 3, and then it's game on.
Yeah, Dorsey was up here earlier, and he was watching very carefully in the Formula One race. And we had a little incident, a little to-do, and he kind of grimaced. Here we go then. Group 4B away and running here at Laguna Seca.
Boy, big thunder and lightning, and that Skull Camaro, Martin Lauber, did not get off to a good start.
Martin's been coming to Monterey for many a year.
Whoa, down the inside goes that Whistler Mustang.
He squeezed
and
it.
That's part of the no passing rules, right? Who was that?
Yeah, I thought you said they weren't going to do anything until turn 3.
They're not supposed to. Number 15 might be in your program. It's not on our entry list.
Okay, we'll find
Chris Liebenberg. That's part of the
right,
Ross Myers stable. Maybe Chris missed the driver's meeting. Who knows? But he's out there now. That is Liebenberg. Jim Haig in that aqua-colored car of Ken Epsman's, the former Doyle Peterson Firebird, IMSA GTO class car. They're in third. Lauber in second.
So back in the mid-'80s, what kind of drivers would be attracted to this? Because, you've got your NASCAR, you've got your sports car racing. So where did the drivers fit into these? Because these were tough cars to drive as well.
Well, you'd have pros like Scott Pruett, who would drive for Roush, and Dorsey Schrader.
Yep.
And then you'd have a lot of independents.
Whoa! That's not
into the
something
wall,
we
and that's Liebenberg, the leader. Something happened going into that corner.
Yeah, that
something
was
bad.
That's a nasty bang.
That's turn 2. It's
Rainey. That's coming out of Rainey. That's coming down the hill.
You're right. You're right.
That is fast.
Turn 9, and that's a fast part of the race course.
Somebody else
and
going
somebody's
wide.
off at turn 11.
Well, you can't say they're not trying, but that was a nasty off, and he was the same car that went up the inside on the start of this race. So we've got all sorts of drama and mayhem going on here.
And I believe the field is being shown a double yellow flag.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, sure enough.
Which would be a full course yellow. Well,
yeah, that's a weird one. You do, unless he got a wheel. We'll probably see a replay, but unless he got a wheel off the track, which is easy to do if you come in wide down that turn, just touch a rear right.
Yeah.
And
not
like
to speculate, but coming down into Rainey, you're on the gas, hunting for the apex, and it's a long track out. And I agree with you. Either Chris Liebenberg, who is a very experienced and skilled driver here, either got a wheel off or perhaps had a tire go down.
Yeah, loaded it up because it is, like you say, it's a long corner and it loaded up maybe. Again, we're speculating, but it just seemed the speed he was going into that barrier was overly impressive.
Crest the leader, Haig second, Walt Brown in the Pink Panther third.
Yeah, Walt Brown
Johnson, Link, McGarry.
Yeah.
Doherty, Clower, DeVitas, and Thomas the top 10. With Liebenberg in the turn 9 wall. And I'm still not sure who went off at 11 and came back on.
Yeah, it was no, that's the incident. That's the Liebenberg car. Yeah, still not sure on that one, but it was a white car.
Do we dare ask for replays?
Well, we could.
I'd sure like to know what happened to Liebenberg. Again, Chris Liebenberg is a longtime Shelby restorer and a very skilled driver here. I'm just not sure what would have happened there at turn 9.
Yeah, strange one. And like I said, the pace he was going into the wall was surprising. Usually you could slow it down a bit, but it seemed like that's why I'm erring on the idea that it must have been some sort of mechanical, because he just didn't slow it down, did he? Or wasn't able to.
Well, Chris has a good-sized staff there at Three Dog Garage. They always bring a lot of cars to Laguna Seca primarily for Ross Myers, the proprietor, and for Liebenberg to drive. And they're always very professionally well prepared. All right, so now it appears everybody has caught up to the Hyundai pace car. And George Kress up front in a Roush Mustang, and that is most likely an ex-Dorsey Schrader or John Jones or Scott Pruett car.
Scott was up here
Jack
earlier.
had a lot of great names drive those cars in both IMSA sprint races and the 24 hours and 12 hours. So not sure of the lineage there. So it's Ford, Firebird, Camaro, and then the Olivetti car, the number 6. 6A, that is Gordon Johnson, which is an Oldsmobile.
So you have the Buick Somerset, that's the 6.
Yeah, you have 4 different makes in the first 4 places.
As it should be. Out goes the Skull Bandit car, the 03.
Martin Lauber, and it might have been Lauber that got off here at turn 11.
Could be. Looked like a white car, but we were from above. There's your Pink Panther.
Oh, was it white? Okay.
Yeah, Walt Brown is another resident, it seems, of Laguna. See him here all the time.
Yep.
Johnson, Link.
Well, that was a tumultuous start to this race. First of all,
well, here's the corner we're talking about. Now you can.
Yeah,
Now you can see.
Liebenberg went.
Wow, he went
got to the apex, and then the car shot straight across the track.
That's why I think it's mechanical, because he would have ended up probably at the bottom of 10 rather than if he'd just gone into the gravel with a wheel off.
Now there's Jim Hague, who usually pilots one of the Bud Moore Mustangs in historic Trans Am, and did today. However, his George Fulmer number 16 broke a rear brake rotor and will not be in action tomorrow.
What are you running in the historics?
The surviving Owens Corning Camaro from 1970. Tony DiLorenzo ran it at Lime Rock, and GM engineer Jerry Thompson drove that number 4 for the entire rest of the season.
And when you jump in, do you usually go in the same car, or do you sort of swap around? And
if Scott's having an issue with his car, sometimes he'll drive mine. But I think the fuel pickup issue he had this morning has been repaired, and so he'll probably be in his own car tomorrow.
Strange question to ask somebody who drives historic cars, but do you get a chance to test these cars, because they are?
There are a lot of these cars are kept at or near Sonoma or here at Laguna Seca, and there are open track days at both facilities where you can go out and do some testing. But I don't think there's a lot of testing being done, because most of the races for these now 50-year-old cars are in the 20 to 30-minute range.
Yeah.
So not a lot of development to be done, let's say.
I was thinking more in terms of, yourself. You're not racing all the time, and you just...
Well, I'm not getting any better.
No, but you don't. You also want to stay safe, and I'm sure if you are swapping cars...
And yes, that's our first concern, and my wife's first requirement when Scott wanted to go racing was that he be in the safest equipment possible, and I concur, 100%. So our cars are prepared to the standard of 1970, just as these cars are prepared to the standard of the mid-'80s, and in many cases the only difference between then and now are, of course, today's tires. And we have modern belt and harness systems, Hans head and neck supports, and in many cases full containment seats to give the driver as safe an environment as possible.
And Mike, I think you agree with me that that's, I think, what has been the big success point of American historic racing, is the fact that there is an nth degree taken to make sure that these cars are as original as they were back in the day, and that's why these events are so prestigious, because there isn't any duds out there. They wouldn't get past the scrutineers, and they wouldn't get past the entry level or the entry to a prestigious event like this. You've got to have the real deal.
Nope, safety first, originality second, and speed third. Although you wouldn't know it by looking at the start of this race.
Nope.
Where everybody went for it right at turn 2.
Well, I've always been just absolutely amazed. I've done the Monaco Historics a couple of times, and I'm amazed at how they hoon around the streets of Monaco, and quite prepared to go wheel to wheel.
Well, that's what the cars were built for.
Yep.
And, that's what the drivers spend all this money buying and preparing and returning to originality in many cases, these cars. So, start this time.
No, we're going to have that. Well, you saw the car was there,
Yeah, the wrecker has still not hooked up Chris Liebenberg.
We had a quick chat with Jenson Button earlier, and of course he's trying a bit of NASCAR. He's obviously doing a full season of WEC this year, but it was great. The question was, so do you enjoy historic racing? He said, well, I bought this car now, I have to race it.
Yes.
He said it took him 5 years to get it, that Jaguar C-Type that Fangio drove.
Boy, I had one that I bird dogged for over a decade, talked to the owner, and he finally decided he was aging out of the group and was going to sell, and the price was very reasonable as those cars went, but the timing wasn't right for me. Somebody else got it, the car got away. Somebody else has it now, but the best thing is it is back racing with our group, and that's the best thing. By somebody who has a history with that car and knew its original driver. So,
are there any cars you covet still and maybe think, oh, I'd still like to at least have a go in that one?
I'm really happy doing what we're doing because my introduction to professional motorsports was with the TransAm series back in 1970 at Lime Rock and Briar and Bridgehampton and Watkins Glen, and Dan Gurney, Parnelli, Jim Hall, George Fulmer, all those guys were my heroes. And so, that's where I wanted to be. And now, through fortunate circumstances and opportunity, we have a chance to do this.
Did it surprise you when you finally got behind the wheel of your heroes? What those cars were like to drive? Did they go up in your estimations? Or?
No, actually, it was quite the opposite. Because those cars are production-based cars, altered for racing, I think they probably have the sophistication that you'd find at the local quarter-mile oval in a street stock or limited late model.
Yeah.
You know, they're crude by today's standards. But the great thing about historic Trans Am is we have a great group of owners who are very steeped in the history of this class and make sure that people don't update or improve their cars beyond what they were back circa 1970. So that's the way it was. That's the way you got to run it. Do the best you can.
Yeah, and I think that's the very important thing is that you feel then that you are at least racing in a fair field, and regardless of who was the doyen of the time or who was behind the wheel at the time. Now,
they are still there at turn 9. That that's an anomaly. Usually the pickup crew is a good bit quicker than that,
and you know this. These
and
cars
I did
get
not
hot,
see
right?
I did not see an ambulance, which was good news.
Yes.
There. Although Liebenberg did take a pretty healthy hit there into the tire wall. So we'll have another lap of safety car.
This is the worst possible thing, though, to be going around at this speed in these cars. It's
I
hard.
I drove to the track faster than this. You know, come on, guys.
Well, yeah, but you had your aircon on.
Well, that's true.
You know, what I'm getting at is that these guys must be boiling now.
Well, it's very frustrating, and you got to watch those temp gauges and keep the oil and water temp down to reasonable, which you can do. You down the hill, shut the car into neutral and coast, keep the water circulating, try to get it cooled down. A lot of these cars don't run fans, an engine-driven fan or maybe even an electric fan. Again, the races are short, and there's not a lot of thought put into car or driver cooling because the races are not that long.
Mike, I've asked you this before, but just tell our audience, how did you start your interest, your love? What was the spark to get you into motor racing?
Not knowing any better, I started in IMSA. Now, we built an IMSA RS car in 1973 and raced it several races till we ran out of money. Didn't take long. And then I was doing public address at a lot of racetracks, which led to radio, which led to television, and where I found a home and just have been blessed all of these years to work for ESPN and TBS and then CBS, and for the last quarter century for Fox, to cover the races and get to do something I really love.
Yeah, no question. And the coverage, second to none, as always. Enjoy watching it most weekends. And it's an exciting period for motorsport, I think, in America, with the growth of Formula One, NASCAR at the top of its game, IndyCar have never been stronger in fields, and obviously IMSA goes from strength to strength. And I'll be at the WEC race in COTA in a few weeks' time, and greeting Jenson Button and the rest of the field. But really, I mean, I would argue that this is a pretty darn purple patch, current day racing in America, as we celebrate 50 years of the past.
Look at all the opportunities young people have to go racing today, and in both amateur and professional ranks, all of the one-make series. Mazda has a good one. Ford has a good one developing with the Mustang. And, in the Porsche Cup, there are others where anybody can transition from the amateur ranks and go spend money, be a pro, and go from there.
Well, we're hoping to go green. And, it's funny, when I saw sim racing on the horizon a few years ago, many years ago now, but and everybody was doing the Formula One game, and everybody was trying to be the next, sim racer to go through. But actually, the historic cars, the older cars, the Formula Fords, everybody loves racing. Ovals,
hey, green
whatever.
flag.
We're going to go green. Good. We're going to get some racing. Good. So we've had a long incident, but we are away again in our Hurley Haywood Trophy Group 4B. And away goes the 65 at speed. George Crass into the Andretti turn.
Boy, Crass just rocking it away from the field when they drop the green. Lauber in second, and a pretty good fight for third. And on back, Walt Clark here in the pink, Walt Brown in the Pink Panther, there with one of the ex-Budweiser cars, David Hobbs cars. That's Steve Link.
Now, I've got to make sure we've got Myers on the group on this one, and then on the official timing, it's George Crass, and he was down as the pole man. So, well, we'll see. We know that's Walt Brown, though.
Yeah, that's Walt Brown, and behind him, Steve Link.
Yeah.
And they both competed for a long time in both this series and historic Trans Am, the 1966-72 cars. So, see how this sorts out.
Well, as you can see.
Jim Hagan trouble's got his hand up as he goes to the corkscrew there in the Peterson Firebird.
Well, he's got his arm out to let him know that there is problems.
I mean, sadly, not one of Ken Epsman's cars has finished a race today. The Decon Monza lost a water hose. The Javelin had shift linkage trouble. And Jim Haig's Mustang broke a brake rudder. Now this.
Yeah, and it looks as though he's crawling to try and get off the track, and he is.
Yeah.
He's lucky to get to the corkscrew and cruise down.
Boy, that's a shame because that's one of the faster cars in this class.
Yeah, had been running in second place, but sadly having to retire it. Let's hope they fix it for tomorrow.
So scoring will update at the start-finish line. It has updated and put Crass in the lead, with Walt Brown now second, Gordon Johnson with him, Steve Link, Mac McGarry.
Flower in 7th, Dorothy DeVitis in 9th position in that 77. Another one that ran in Trans Am and IMSA.
Yes.
68 to 89.
Mark Lauer car having issues there. Mike McNamee in the Buick Somerset taking the wide line there as the Mercure of Ross Myers goes by.
Well, he was in the pits earlier. We were thinking that maybe that was the car that went wide.
Okay.
At the final turn, but Skull Bandit Boy is out there in the 03.
Still pretty good race right here. And there's the pass underneath the Firestone Bridge as they go into turn 4.
Mike, what's the trickiest part of this track? We've talked many times over the years about how technical and tough this circuit is. But for you, when you're driving out there, we always talk about the corkscrew, but what's tricky for you?
Well, I think it's turn 6, the turn they just exited, because you come up to turn 6 and you go under a bridge. Well, that's daunting enough. So you don't see the entry of the corner until you enter the corner.
Right.
There's a lot of track out room. That's okay. But that's a tough place to keep the pedal down and get the car pointed right.
And also, you want to accelerate early because you know you're climbing, and so you tend to, you see a lot of cars drift wide, and wider perhaps than they should.
I mean, the corkscrew there is second gear. It's a very slow corner. Don't see a lot of passing there. Here, going through rainy, you're hard on the throttle here, drifting out to the edge of the track and setting up for 10.
10's cambered.
A little bit up, cambered or banked, as we say in the States. Yes.
But 11, the last corner, certainly isn't, is it? And that can catch you out too, because the same thing is, it's about the only straight you're about to get on, but there's no kind of grip level. That's why you go wide like that.
No grip. And you go wide out there, you go across those alligator teeth, and that is hard on rear ends.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
And then do you go blind as you go over the crest? Is it blind?
Is what?
Is it blind as you go over
Well,
the
it
crest?
is blind, but there's one phone pole out there at the access road. I hope they never cut down because you can see the top of it as you crest the hill, and I use that as a marker.
Was it discombobulating when they changed the whole tower and the bridge here? That's fairly recent.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
Because you're flat out and you're going straight.
Yeah.
So here down into turn 10. Take advantage of that banking after you turn in, and that'll help you get a good launch to 11.
George Crass putting his way through there. They've had a long time under safety, so I'm sure he's delighted to finally get some laps in. And unfortunately, he'll see the white flag now. But fortunately for us, we're going to get that lap. That's good news.
So right here, it's blind up over Andretti. And you want to be positioned probably on the left third of the racetrack as you crest that hill. And then you have choices. Do you double apex turn 2? Do you take a late entry as he did and a late apex of the latter part? You got a lot of choices there as you set up here for 3, long flat corner. Easy to get too wide there as he's out on the rumble strip. Set up for 4, early to the gas here because you got a lot of track out room and a long straightaway.
And this is the corner you're saying that's tricky.
Nope, this is fine.
5
is fine.
The next one,
And 5 has got a little bit of bank to it there.
Yeah.
Right down there at the bottom really helps with your track out full throttle. Here is the gut wrench. Up under this bridge. Where's the entry? Oh, yeah, here's the entry to the corner.
And you don't want to see what's on the other side of that hill, do you?
Long track out, and then let's climb the hill.
Yeah, up the Rahal Straight.
And everybody wants to brake too early because you can't see the entrance to the corkscrew.
Right.
And come in there shallow, as he did. Be right in the middle of the racetrack. Now, flat on the throttle. A lift here as you turn down. Catch that apex, back hard on the gas.
Well, fascinating race. Thank you, Mike, for giving us a good illustration.
So we
and
got
there's
here,
that Jared Thomas coming
Thomas.
fast and looking for the win. This is second place, and
Yes.
he's going up the inside for maybe a move. but
No
not
room
quite.
there. Is there a little bump? No, not quite.
Oh.
Thomas gets a launch off the corner and by
Just-
3 car lengths. He
Wow.
is going to be second at the finish. Jared Thomas in that GTO class.
Well, he just did the fastest
IMSA
lap of the race.
GTO Mazda RX-7.
I wonder if he was holding his powder for most of that race because he suddenly just did a 1:28.
Well, he started in the
1:8,
back. We
yeah.
didn't see him make his progress toward the front, but that has been a car that has been part of Mazda's historic racing stable, I think ever since it came off the track in IMSA competition, you know, back in the mid to late 1990s.
Yeah. As you say, yeah, it started down in 16, so that 1991 car came flying through at the end there.
So Crass holds on for the win. Thomas second, so it's Ford, Mazda, Camaro, Oldsmobile, Gordon Johnson in fifth, Mac McGarry, in sixth. That's a Firebird. Tom Clower in seventh in the number 8. That's a Camaro. 91. Colin Dowdery in the lone Porsche in the field, a 944 GTR. Ninth is Rincon in the number 10, a Camaro. And the top 10 filled out by Oristen in the number 31, an Olds Cutlass.
And Chris Lippenberger was the man who went high and wide at turn 10, and that's what brought out the safety car. Let's hope he and the car are okay. Let's head down. Thank you, Mike Joy.
Well,
Let's head
you.
down to Kev, who's got the latest down in the paddock.
Johnny, well, I'm down here in the heart of it all, of the beautiful kind of heritage display area, and I've found the founder of the Revs Institute, Miles Collier. Miles, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. We're enjoying the glorious California sunshine, aren't we?
We certainly are, and a little of it goes a long way, and I'm coming from Florida, so I know.
Certainly, and we've got some great cars still all around us. What the guys at Rolex have managed to do this year is put together a selection of cars that are each of the featured marks, I think, of this heritage display. And it was back in 1981 when I think it was Cunningham was the name that they put to the event. And that's the car that we got stood next to us right now. Tell us about it.
The car behind me is a Cunningham C4R, which was built in 1952. We did 3 of those, 2 Roadsters, the other Roadster looking just like this one, and a very horrifying and vicious-looking coupe called the C4RK. Still holds the record today, as far as I'm concerned, as the scariest race car you have ever seen.
That is some accolade, because there's probably been a few that would like to take that crown as well. But the name Cunningham, Briggs Cunningham, post-war era, 1952, it would be a name that people would be well familiar with, but maybe not so much anymore. Tell us about that guy, because he didn't just race cars, did he?
Mr. Cunningham was a gentleman born to the class that allowed him to be what we refer to as a professional sportsman. And that doesn't mean that he wasted his time and substance lolling about. He was a very aggressive and skilled and knowledgeable yachtsman, and ultimately an equally capable competitor in motor racing. And he was influenced in motor racing by 3 nefarious characters known as the Collier Boys, who was my dad and my 2 uncles, to get involved with motor racing prior to World War II.
That is incredible. And America's Cup racing is what we're talking about, yachting.
All kinds of racing, but the thing we know him for was his successful defense of the America's Cup in 1958, which got him a Time magazine cover. Pretty good for a boy from Yale.
He's the kind of guy that you probably want to go for a beer with. I bet he's got plenty of stories, but he was pretty handy at designing a sports car then, by the looks of it.
Briggs was actually not that much of a technician. He was the competitor. So he would hire the people that he needed to do the job. And I don't think anyone has ever shown more intensity, more focus, more dedication than Briggs Cunningham, because you have to remember, in the early 1950s, there was no road racing speed component industry in the United States. And Briggs's self-set standard was to win Le Mans for America with American equipment driven by American drivers. And let me tell you, in 1950 through 1955, that was a tall order.
And for the folks that don't know, tell us how he got on. Tall order indeed.
Briggs came close. I mean, the best finishes he ever had was a third place in a different model Cunningham called the C5R. It was the successor to the C4R. And he finished behind two lightweight Jaguars who had a new disruptive technology at their fingertips known as the disc brake. And it threw all of his calculations into the can.
This is fantastic. Just give us a quick word as well, Miles, about the Revs Institute, because like I said, founder of the Revs Institute. Tell us where you are and what you get up to and how many cars are in the collection.
Revs Institute is an organization in Naples, Florida. We have a global perspective. Our vision statement calls for Revs to be the most useful resource for the historical and meaningful car communities worldwide. Nothing like a megalomaniacal ambition, but we are interested in all of the things that support the historical automobile as legacy.
Listen, and that legacy needs to live on. It's fantastic what you're doing, and it's going to continue for many, many more years to come. So, thank you ever so much for talking to us, Miles. It's been a blast.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure for me too.
How about that, folks? Check them out in Naples, Florida, the Revs Institute. But also, as well, don't go anywhere, because on the other side of this short commercial break, when we come back, I'm running just up the way over there because there's an Indy Roadster, a left-hander, a lefty, that you've got to take a look at. See you in 2.
My dream has always been to compete at the highest level. Not for the love of fame or what comes with it, but to continue my family's legacy. On a team that puts winning in the driver's seat. Introducing the Acura Integra Type S HRC prototype. Born to win, just like me.
What path do you take? Out here, it's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
feeling is electric. There's a buzz, an energy, a vibe. It doesn't matter what they did last time out. It's all about this race. Inches from the ground, inches from each other. Full send every lap. Now you might not know what's gonna happen, but on any given race day, you'll want to find out.
The NTT IndyCar Series returns to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca on July 27, 2025.
So, I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel. I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement, and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey Motorsport Reunion, where I've just run a few cars down the display here, and I've caught up with a chap who's told me that he was never a professional racing driver, but for an amateur, he gave it a fair good crack, because you went all around the world, didn't you, Tom?
Vintage racing, yeah, all over.
And Tom Malloy here, my good pal, has just been telling me about this car that's in front of me. It's an Indy Roadster. We'll talk about the car in a moment, but you started out racing cars later in life, in your 50s, but it took you all around the world, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, but I got indoctrinated into this because of my dad.
Okay.
My dad was Emmett Malloy, and he owned a racetrack in Gardena, California, called Carroll Speedway. And he took me out of high school in 1954 to go see his car run at Indianapolis. So I didn't have a chance. I was corrupted from day one.
You were going to be doing this. Now listen, what we got here is a 1962 Indy Roadster. And the interesting thing about this car, which people don't realize, is everything's down the left-hand side.
Correct.
Which may seem obvious to some, but not others.
Right, but it's for going around the left-hand turns at Indianapolis. You want all the weight on the left.
On the inside.
Yeah, exactly.
And the great thing is, I don't know how well you could see this, but when you're close to the car and you look in, literally everything is there. The whole engine block, the manifold, the exhaust.
Transmission, the rear end, everything. All the weight, all the heavy things. The oil tank, everything is past center line, yes.
It's all sitting off the center line, which is brilliant when you're going around the left-hand turns.
Right. It's not good for going around.
But back in, was it 1981? I forget which year that this...
2007.
2007, wasn't it, when they... Indy Roasters were the featured mark here at the Rolex. They've got to negotiate the corkscrew.
Well, the corkscrew and turn, I think it's turn 9, because they're right-handers.
Yeah.
And I just about went off the track. Because of everything being on that side. Yeah. So I mean, I'm thrilled to have the car. Nice history. It belonged to Mary Holman George, which was the daughter of Tony Holman, who owned the Speedway. And she married Elmer George. Yeah. And it was built purposely for her by a guy named Luigi Lazowski in Los Angeles in 1962.
Yeah.
So that's
well, it's already been out of the track once today.
Correct.
And it's going out again tomorrow. You're not at the wheel this time, but it's a pal of yours that's looking after it, and our announcer, Johnny Green, who's in the announcer booth. Just tell us who's going to be driving this tomorrow so you can keep an eye out for him.
His name is Tom Bungie, and he's a friend of mine. He actually drove one of my cars at Daytona a few years back, and he told me, "You made my weekend," he said. So I'm happy for Tom, and that I can share why have this stuff if you don't share it?
Well, that is the right attitude to have. Tom, thanks ever so much. Really appreciate your time. And thanks for sharing it with us. All around the world has just seen it. One of the left-handers, an Indy Roadster.
I appreciate you taking the time. Thank you.
No, it's a great pleasure. Johnny, how about that? Keep an eye out for this one when it goes out on the track tomorrow. Back to you.
You can't miss that one. That is an absolute beautiful car. And as we get ready for our 1 hour endurance race, you've missed nothing. They are underway, but I've been joined by David Hinton from HSR. He's been in the booth many a time before, but I know enjoys this kind of racing. You can't beat this. Production cars, I mean, talk about race on Sunday, buy on Monday. But this is great. Real door-to-door stuff with minis, alphas, you name it.
BMW 2002s. They're already starting to battle out there. The minis are all prepared pretty much by Don Racine, who owns Mini Mania. And I think Don's rented 4 or 5 of these cars to competitors. So I think Don himself is in car 177, the red Mini with the white roof. Just got passed by the Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, and this is always a special race here at Saloon Cars, and we're keeping in the spirit of what we've been saying all along, which is to name each and every group after one of the great drivers. And so this Saloon Car Trophy Race Endurance is after Dan Gurney. And it seems somewhat appropriate because Dan pretty much did everything from Formula One, IndyCar, NASCAR, Can-Am, you name it, Trans-Am even. And he was one of the first of 3 drivers to win a race in each of those series, and so we honour his great name. David Hinton joins me. John Doonan, of the CEO of IMSA, is also here. We were expecting you earlier because everybody said, oh, he wants to talk about this. He doesn't want to talk about IMSA. He wants to talk about the older cars. But welcome. Great to have you here. So why did you avoid the IMSA and wanted to talk about some of the older cars?
Well, to be honest, every car here, it's hard to pick a favorite.
Yeah.
So much history, of course, from all eras of our sport. And I have a big appreciation for these exact cars, because this is what my dad spent most of his time running. In fact, the 63 car, one of the minis from that Don Racine and the boys bring, was originally driven by a guy named Bill Peterman, who raced against my dad in the Midwest at Blackhawk Farms, Road America, places like that. So I have a lot of boyhood memories of these exact cars right here.
Well, while I've got a moment, congratulations. IMSA going from strength to strength at the moment. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a stronger field of drivers or manufacturers ever.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. We're super proud of where the entire sport is at the moment. To your point, 18 manufacturers choose to race with us in IMSA. We have the top category back like never before. There's more coming, I can tell you that. There's more manufacturers coming, so we have a lot more to look forward to. But you know, Road America are 7 of 8 races, record fan attendance. The racing's been spectacular. We just want to keep it going. We're really proud of where we're at.
I only noticed the depth of the amount of IMSA drivers that had to make the decision at Brazil the last round, because you guys were racing then, as to what to do. But it just shows you world class everywhere you look, and it's great.
Yeah, the competition level, and you know, David comes to several of our races throughout the year as a true fan, and the level of competition right now is, I'm not sure we've ever seen it like this. Best drivers in the world are coming every weekend, and they're putting on incredible shows.
And John, your take on 50 years of doing this. Steve Earle will be pretty proud of what he created in '74, wouldn't he?
Yes, big time. And you know, we're so proud with our HSR group to have the opportunity to operate this event on behalf of all the racers, on behalf of Rolex, and certainly on behalf of everybody at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
I was just saying earlier, Scott Pruett was up here, and I was saying what an exciting time just for racing in America, full stop. Yes, we celebrate 50 years, but the present is really a golden era too. Formula One coming back like nobody's business. You've got WEC next week, or 2 weeks' time in COTA. So World Championships coming, Indy at its strongest for a long time as well. Exciting days.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, to go to an IMSA race these days is just fantastic. Not only what you're seeing on the track, but the stuff going in the paddock, the manufacturer's vendor row. I mean, it's just stacked with one manufacturer after the other. It's a really, really great weekend for the family to come out to an IMSA race and also to an HSR race.
There you go. Well, we've had some drama today and yesterday in practice. We've had Formula One cars smashed up. We had one of the top cars go off track in the last event as well. Hopefully these guys will all keep to it, but it tends to be door to door in this saloon car racing.
Yeah, so Andrew Waite's out front right now in his little Mini, and his co-driver is Danny Baker. And I think Danny won the Formula Ford race earlier on this afternoon. Danny's a great driver. He races a McLaren F1 car, but he gets in anything. If someone asks him to drive, he's in it.
And the beauty of this is, as you'll see, some guys do this 1 hour on their own. Others will come in, but you do have to take a pit stop. So everybody's got to do that. So tactically, everybody's looking for that opportunity as to when is the best time to pit.
Yep, so the pit window opens at 25 minutes
yep.
and closes at 35 minutes.
So you've got to get in between there. But...
Yep. And then it's a 3-minute mandatory stop. So the pit timing starts when they enter pit lane and it ends when they leave pit lane. So if they need to refuel, they have enough time to do a quick driver change. I see Jenson Button and Maz Fawaz has moved up to 8th place.
Get into the spirit. He's decided to keep going now. I saw him down on the entry list, and I was like, well, he's given it a good go.
Yeah, I wanted to come up and do Jenson's race in the C-Type. We got to work together on the Garage 56 project where we took the NASCAR stock car to Le Mans last year. What a gentleman, what a pleasure, what a talent. So really excited to see him celebrating history as well, not only with the C-Type, but with the Alpha that he and Maz got and are having a blast.
And I don't think it's too far a stretch from an American point of view to say that Jenson Button, if he were in the era of, I don't know, Jim Clark, if he were in the era of Jackie Stewart, he fits right in there as a guy who holds his own but is a gentleman in every way. Sterling Moss, who of course made a huge impact in America. But he seems to me anyway the same kind of ilk, and that's hard to do in modern day.
Yeah, I can say from firsthand experience he is the penultimate professional, highly well-spoken, and then does all of his talking on the racetrack with his right foot.
Oh, no question about it. He took his C-Type Jaguar out earlier today. Looked like he was having fun. He was wheeling it hard, that's for sure. He was putting a bit of Fangio opposite lock-in. I've got a right muddle of BMWs, Cortinas, Minis, Alphas. It's a great list, and we've got, 35 cars out here. I saw one of the Minis retire. But right now it is still Andrew Waite and Danny Baker's number 62 leading the way. That 65 Mini Cooper. It still astounds me to watch Minis race, that it's possible even, with those tiny tyres and that tiny chassis. And yet, I can't think of anything more fun to race.
No, it seems like the rear of the car just follows the front wheels wherever they go.
Yep.
These Minis are all 1275cc, 4-speed gearboxes. I think they must strip them out pretty good because they sure move down the straights.
Yeah, and I was amazed talking to Don Racine over the years, watching these guys race here, just how many Minis, for a Brit coming here. I mean, that was the normal car, down the grocery store, and yet, there's a parked up Mini. But there are so many who now race in club racing here in the States. Let's hope that doesn't bring out a caution. Couldn't see the number on it.
That was Ian Fitzsimon and Horatio
No.
Fitzsimon. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, one of the favourites here.
Yeah.
Austin Cooper from '67. Yeah. Well, they've been part of this scene for a while too.
Yeah, Horatio's had some great races here over the last couple of years in the Land 26R. I think that the white BMW there is George Calfo, and I think that's the only. There's 2 4-door cars in this. Jim Huff in a teaser, and George in the teaser also. And George is just ahead of Jim, so they'll be having a good battle throughout this race.
Jonathan Fiber out there, also in the number 2. He was out earlier this morning, and he's in the Ford Cortina. 63. Slightly wide by the Alpha there. Yeah, we were talking about the repaving, and obviously nobody unhappy about a few of the bumps that have disappeared from Laguna. As we take a look at the 18 Mini of Kyle Breslow. Still got the English number plate on. Car raced extensively in Europe in the mid-60s, and all the way to 2018 in Europe before it came here, and brought over by Nick Swift in 2019 to get its technical passport in March 2019. So I'm sure that's a story that is played out many times. Most of these cars probably starting their racing in Europe and then coming over here.
Probably a lot of them were mum's shopping car and got converted into a race car.
Yeah, my mum used to have a little Spitfire that she used to take me to school in, with 2 Afghan hounds and me in the back, and it didn't have back seats, so that was always interesting.
Right.
Let myself out of that.
Yeah, there's the 63 Mini. Again, I grew up with that car. A gentleman named Bill Peterman drove it, and I love the fact that so many of these cars are not on display somewhere. They're actually on display on the racetrack. That warms my heart.
Oh, totally. And it just amazes me how popular now historic racing has become in the last 20 years or so. And you guys have watched this as I have and been part of it. And it's just, I find it really reassuring that everybody says, oh, electric car's going to replace the combustion. We still race horses, so there's no reason why this can't go on for quite some time. And the love, the passion that people get out of this, and you see a lot of youngsters coming to events like this, and it's heartwarming to see that people still get excited by this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when the Mazda wheels their cars out to do their morning warm-up, the crowd's phenomenal. Yeah. They're all standing there recording it. Yeah. So I don't think that feeling's ever going to go away.
No, that's good. It's good news.
Well, and if you roll the clock back 50 years to this event in 1974, what were historic cars then, right? Yeah. They were cars probably from the 30s, 40s, 50s, that type of thing. Now we're celebrating that next generation, and I always think about what will the IMSA cars of today and what will they be for the next generation, another 20 years down the road. And that's what HSR is all about, candidly, is making sure that we continue to celebrate history. And I want to be part of running IMSA programs now that make history later on for historic and vintage fans.
Well, as you know, Travis Engen in that Audi has created such a stir in the last few years with that storied car. I mean, like you say, when people go nuts, I think when it was originally racing, it took quite a fair few people to run that car, as it would most technical IMSA cars. But in historics, it's flying. I mean, it's probably got more wins now than it did in the day.
And he actually has a log of how many miles are on that car.
Really?
Kilometers, should I say. And it's astounding. It's like hundreds of thousands of kilometers.
Wow.
So I'm just looking up the hill here from the booth, and they're hooking up
the yellow,
Ian Fitzsimon's Mini to the back of the tow truck. So it looks like they're doing that with a local yellow. So hopefully we can get that car safely out of the way.
Well, we're trying to drift through as many of the cars as we can. We're obviously keeping up with the race itself, but we'll try to give you some background when we see it of some cars, or some good racing when we see it happening on track. And, of course, like all the other groups, they get 2 chances at a race here during the weekend. So you want to kind of preserve it for the first day a little bit as we take a look at the 17 of Chet and William Taylor in 1965 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint. Coming across the line now.
So you were talking about how your mother used to take you to school in a Triumph Spitfire?
Yeah.
When I was about 12 years old, my family built the 2 Mercedes staff cars for the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, which actually were Jaguar Mark 5s and had E-type running gear. And my dad built 2 of them and had to take them down to Tunisia, where Raiders of the Lost Ark was filmed.
Wow.
Brought them back to Hinckley, Leicestershire after the movie. About once a week, he'd take me to school in a Mercedes staff car, and I'd ride in the back seat.
I bet you were popular.
Oh yeah.
That's
great. It's so great when you hear stories like that that people don't realize the impact each of these cars had, and the character and the personality they all have. And those are special little tidbits that we have to capture them, because they're each of these cars has a special story.
Somebody going slightly wide, going up the hill at 6 there. okay, I think. Yeah, the car you've been looking at, that number 17 of the Taylors, was converted to a race car from the Hooters original livery of the 80s. I actually prefer the nice clean lines it's got now, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what that means, the Hooters livery.
It's a restaurant.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Good sponsor in motorsport. NASCAR?
Well, and you think of the Alphas especially, certainly the Datsun 510s that made such a storied history in SCCA TransAm in the late 60s, early 70s. You know, the guys like Horst Queck and John Morton. Those were cars that I, had posters of on my wall, and the races they had, especially here, the championship race for TransAm in, I believe it was 70, 71, where it came down to Horst Queck and John Morton, and I think some bent-up fenders. But, here at WeatherTech Raceway, it's a place of great history as well, this track.
Well, there's the Kiwi flag on the 44, and I was just trying to work out if that is the Kiwi that was here last year racing, because we had a few Kiwis and Aussies coming over, as they often do.
So that's Rob Huff.
It's
Rob Fuller and Greg Hoff.
and Greg Hoff, yeah.
So I think Greg Hoff and Rob Fuller raced Nissans in the Hurley Haywood group. I think they're in a 240Z. So they're another guys who rented a car from Don Racine, decided to join the Saloon car race.
Perfect. Yeah, you'd have to. I mean, if you're going to make your way all the way over, and you want to get as much racing as possible, I suppose.
Yep.
I would. Just saw a quick glimpse of Jonathan Fiber in that Cortina from 63, just past him. Raced by Stig Blomqvist, of all people. Great rally man. Raced in the UK before coming here. The amount of travel these cars must do. So, first, second, and third now, much closer than they were earlier. And we haven't had, where are we into the race? Like you say, we're coming towards that point now. 5 minutes away. Leaders starting to come into the pits. So, we're going to start to see the pit stops. And now we'll see how this race shakes out. Here they come. Here comes your leader. So, as you were saying, David, 3 minutes?
Yeah, but the pit window doesn't open until 25 minutes, so we still, I think these guys must have a mechanical issue.
That must be a problem, because it is early, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. By my counting, it's 20 minutes and 30 seconds, so they've still got 5 minutes yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not good news. You never know what to expect in this endurance race. I've seen the strangest of things. I remember last year this happened. Somebody coming in early. Well, Taylor and Taylor are now leading the way. And by our estimates, we're still not at the pit window yet. So anybody who is in has got a problem. As we go back to the 17. Squealing through the corner. Beautiful sand. We've been blessed with the weather here this weekend at Laguna. And there really is a spring in the step for the organisers here. Not just this event, but the people who run Laguna day in, day out. And I think we all agree that, Laguna has to be in place for the next 55 years. And I think it sends a real message to all the other tracks around America, how important this sort of racing is, as well as the current racing that comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And pretty much every iconic American track has a major vintage race on its calendar throughout the year, whether it's Sebring, Daytona, Road Atlanta. They all have, one big race a year for the vintage cars. Obviously, this is it for Laguna Seca, and it's great to see the sport doing so well. And I just see further growth, especially at this event. I think with Friends of Laguna taking over and their ideas and what they want to do to not only to the track, to the whole park, I think it's going to be beneficial to everybody.
Yeah, and when you look at the likes of people who are behind the scenes, like Ross, you realize it's in good hands and good racing hands. Not just good racing drivers, but good people who are responsible businessmen and will know how to move it forward and get it out of potential pitfalls. And you know this, John, better than anybody. It's a tricky game, this. 1 minute you're up, the next minute you're down.
Yeah, that's a good point. And, I've had the opportunity, based on my last stint at Mazda, to be part of this facility in the community when it was Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, now WeatherTech. I think it's also pretty special that racers are part of that. Ross and Bruce and many others are actual, racers, and they understand the history. And when they bring Lori, Lori Eberhard is going to be a huge part of leading this facility and building relationship in the community. So kudos to her for getting the call to lead the way.
Sorry, I gulped a little bit there. Nakamura was getting a little bit trapped for a moment there in the 55, but I think managed to survive it. But he continues to fight another day, and we'll get a chance to do his pit stop, although I think he's doing the full 1 hour as we go back to the Cortina, number 2. 63 Cortina. Whoa, that was that moment. Oh, no, that is live. Oh, no. Well, did they touch?
It was very close.
It was very close if they didn't. Oh, now he's put a wheel in the dirt.
I think he's going again.
Yeah, got it going. Well, he's either going to decide to carry on or come into the pits, because we're getting close to that window now. Yeah, about 45 seconds. So the 62 get back out there. That's Andrew Wade and Danny Baker. So whatever situation they were in, I can only presume they have swap drivers. But they may be penalised for coming in early. I don't know. We'll find out. It'll all chug out. We'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure. Back to the 09 and the 2. The 09 of Matthew Polk and Scott Durnick. Scott was up here earlier, giving his views on the racing. Always interesting to get the cats that are around in the paddock. I'm so delighted that the organisers have taken that spirit of getting everybody that's in the paddock. I often think it's a thing that people miss, is that the story's in the paddock. You guys are doing this week in, week out, and there's so many interesting folk. I mean, Charles Neerberg was up here, and I could sit with him for hours and talk racing.
Yeah, it's a family, it's a community. To your point, a lot of special personalities. I also love the fact that senior leadership from auto manufacturers are here this weekend. Yes, they have meetings. Yes, they're going to do vehicle launches at the Quail, but many of them are here racing cars from their brand and the history. So again, as a car person, you love when car people are running racetracks and running automakers, for sure.
Yeah, and it bodes pretty well for a fraternity when a CEO of a major Formula One manufacturer races the opposition.
Correct.
As of course, Zach Brown racing his own Williams F07, FW07 this weekend.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yes. Jim Farley in his Cobra.
Yeah, of course.
Frank Van Meel from BMW M. Yeah. Like, you got serious players in the industry that are here having a weekend off.
Yes, we joked a couple of years ago when Adrian Newey brought out to California one of his GT40s, and I said, he's just looking to the future. Of course, he's now may not be part of that future anymore.
Where does he end up? That's the question.
That's the question.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I actually need to head out.
Go for it.
Really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this, and thank you.
Come in tomorrow and do the group you wanted to do.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that, or maybe another one. But thank you for telling all the stories to those watching around the world.
Not at all. And thank you, John Noonan, for coming in here. John Doonan. I keep saying Noonan. Why do I
That's
say
okay.
I know a Noonan, that's why. John Doonan, of course, of IMSA, running the IMSA show to great brilliance of the last few years. Oh, got the mic in there. Nice way to go out. Thanks. Appreciate it, John. So we've got 32 minutes left. We're halfway through this race. We're at the window of pit stops. David Hinton's still here and enjoying this with us. Taylor and Taylor still leading. And as we said, the 62 car, we're going to see where he flashes out, because currently running 18. And it's never beyond, with everybody having to pit, that could change.
No, they're coming in now. The pit lane's looking pretty full.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, now we're starting to fill up.
Yep.
So we'll wait to see how this all kind of cruises round, because the pit stops obviously throws it all up in the air. The board and the timing will go out, but we'll keep you abreast of best we can. And really is a case now of when the leaders, Taylor and Taylor, and that's 17, decide to come in. And the 09 back out on track. And that should be Scott Durnick now, if they have done their pit stop in the 65 Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. Chasing the Cortina.
So I just see car number 27 coming in. That's actually a mother and a son team. Debbie Briscoe and Chandler, I think it is.
Yeah, Chandler Briscoe, yeah.
Yep.
That's great. Yeah, I love the father and son and daughter, all that kind of stuff. It's really good. It just shows you that you can go and do something with your family that means something to both of you, and hopefully both of you enjoy it. And pretty much, I'm sure that is the case. That's a nice little battle between these two. I think the Cortina senses that he may have to get out of the way, although he's still got his foot in as they head towards the corkscrew. Oh, it's tantalizingly close as they drop down the 5-story hill that is the corkscrew. Prober now leading in the 33.
I think I'd be a little nervous passing that Cortina after what I've seen he did today.
That's a car I've seen many times here, though, at Laguna. Beautifully prepared. Out of the last corner. So 12 and 23 coming out of the pits. Just keeping an eye on who's shuffling through as they pass our commentary position. That's Brian Ockley and John Norman in their Giulia TI from 63 coming out. Nice drone shot of all the cars in the pits. And David, you were saying 3 minutes is the sort of standard?
Yes, 3 minutes from pit in to pit out.
Some are refueling, some not.
Yep. So obviously they have to be in full Nomex to refuel, eye protection. Somebody's standing there with a fire extinguisher. So as soon as they're done and they put the cap on, then they can come over the wall and start belting into the car.
Yeah, just because it's not serious hardcore racing does not mean it's any less dangerous with fuel going into a car.
Okay, here comes the Kiwi Mini heading back out.
Yep.
Number 44.
I like that 94 too. That's a BMW 1800 TISA from 65. Very distinctive looking. George Calfa and David Roberts. I've not seen one of those for a while. So half an hour just under left in this first Enduro. We're celebrating Dan Gurney, as we should, for this Saloon Car Trophy. David Hinton and Jonathan Green bringing you the action from Laguna. It's been an absolutely gorgeous day to set us in motion here for the 50th anniversary of the Historics here, sponsored by Rolex, as it has, I think, since 2000 or since the early. So that, I mean, that in itself, 24 years as a sponsor, tells you everything you need to know. Rolex have done so much for motorsport, continue to do so. Oh, this must be agonizingly slow for them, sitting there, knowing the race is going. Evan Hubachek in the Morris Cooper S, just going out of the pits. Just saw him go past, flash past our window. Back with the Alfa, the number 17 we saw earlier in action. And that's the leaders. Or was. But they've dropped down to fourth now. I'm presuming they've dropped down to fourth since stopping. nothing on our timing that tells us whether they've pitted or not. Not to worry. Looking at the number 19, Tancredi d'Amour, in the Giulia GTA 65. There he is, just going past the fellow Alpha. Chassis number 613886 for the real aficionados, built in November 9th, 1965. As we go back to the light blue and white Mini, 275 of Benjamin Tarlow and Mark Hamilton-Peters. Mark Hamilton-Peters involved in the previous race, so I would have thought he's just strapping himself in, or has just got in, if he's done his stop. They may not have done yet, and that's a 64 Austin Mini Cooper. The Alpha's having a great little battle out there between them. Back out of the pits goes the 71 of Jonathan Burke. Another GTA. So the dominance is definitely, in terms of numbers, with Alpha. And probably, I would say, Alphas after that, and then Minis.
So I see Jenson Button's moved up to 6 now. He's making some gains on Andrew Waite and Danny Baker, the ones who pitted early. I have a feeling they'll get a penalty for that early pit stop.
Yeah, you presume so, wouldn't you? Here comes one of the other Minis, just out the corner of my eye. See on the shot there, just gone past our commentary position. Boy, these two have been really going at it the last couple of laps. This is great. Into Andretti, side by side. Oh, around the outside, the slingshot. Get the inside line for the next corner. Got to hold it in, though. Brave. Nicely done. Yeah, that's one of my favorite moves here.
Yep.
And that puts him, that's Taylor and Taylor, back into the lead. So that move was the move for the lead, and it was done in classic Laguna style at Andretti. So Taylor and Taylor were, fourth position a moment ago, but they're now leading after that overtake. There's another one of the Minis, the 68.
Okay, the pit window is now closed. So if you come in after this, you will get a penalty.
Gary Dreen it was in that 68. Just trying to find him, the 65. Austin Mini Cooper, a lot of 65, 66, and 67 cars out here today. Yeah, it's a good idea. Button's now, 5th place, and we're presuming it is Jenson to bring it home. I'm presuming Jenson was named after the Jenson Interceptor.
Yeah, maybe.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
It's the only other Jenson I know. Great name.
So Jenson and Maz just purchased that car literally like a month ago. Had it shipped from Florida, did a test in it, and brought it in and decided to run this race.
How do you find a car like that? I mean, where do you know?
Kind of a friend of a friend had it for sale, and I think they got in touch with him and managed to purchase it.
That's great news.
It's on screen right now. It's a great little car.
Yeah, no doubt. Mars and Farwest, Jenson Button then in that 67 Alfa Romeo. Just a month ago they bought it. And he is hooning around it. He may not know Laguna because he's not raced here before, but looks like he's getting the hang of it. The way Jenson's going, they'll be naming corners after him soon. Still at the top of his game. Racing a full season in WEC, his first season in WEC. He's done some one-offs now and again, but it's a little different than his Joe's Porsche, I would have said.
I would think so. He just set his best lap time of the race for 150.4, so he's starting to get into his rhythm, as they say.
He's getting in the rhythm. It's a delight to have him here for Rolex, for just the audience, and the fact that he is a current top of his game, world-class driver, an ex-world champion, and still very much, one of the top pundits in Formula One, giving his opinion on the current crop. Always with good insight. But, if Jenson says it was a bad move, I tend to believe it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he actually showed up a little late for this event and missed the driver's meeting, so I had to give him his own personal driver's meeting. He had all sorts of questions, and what about this, what about that? So he's serious.
I bet that was fun.
Yeah, he's a true gentleman, he really is.
So, but he was thinking, he was giving it a hard thought.
Oh yeah. I had to do the same for Ricky Taylor. So
because he just got here, didn't he? Yeah.
So I said to Ricky, I said, you know what the blue flag means? He goes, yeah, it's a passing flag. I said, no, there's a race going on and you're not in it.
Oh, ouch. Ow. How did he take that?
He laughed. He said, I'm going to use that one in the future.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an overtaking.
The Jordan brothers are wonderful, wonderful people, and they really enjoy the sport of vintage racing. Jordan's been out here, driven a Corvette, and now his brother's out here for his first race at Laguna Seca in an historic car, so he's loving it.
Is this really his first race out here?
In the historic car,
In historics, yeah. That's great. So you kind of presume that they would do, given their background, they would probably do a little bit of this, but they've been kind of busy.
Ricky's asked about it in the past, but I think it's been due to contracts. It's hard.
Yes,
especially during the season.
Yeah, that's the trouble. When you are at the top of the game, you're kind of contracted in, aren't you?
Yep.
Now looking at number 63 yet again. And at the moment, we think that William and Chet Taylor are leading the way from Andrew Waite and Danny Baker. Fuller, Hoff. Robert now down to 4th place, having led. Jenson Button up to 5th now, and he's putting in his fastest lap, or has done in the last couple of laps.
I think he's going to hit the 49s here soon.
Evan Hoobchak, is that the right pronunciation?
Yep.
Okay. In the 24, is currently in 6th position. We've got 20 minutes to go in our endurance race. Thanks for a great job by our cameraman at Greenlight Television. Up there on the hoists at the top of Laguna, high over the track, looking down on the famous corkscrew, as out pops the number 18. It's passing another one of the minis.
I think that picture could be from any racetrack in the world.
Yeah, it really could. That's Kyle Breslow in that number 18 mini. Austin Mini Cooper S in the beautiful green colours, and the old British license plate on the front, and I'm sure on the back. There it is. In Britain, we denote, I think it's the A tells you where your era is, right? Sort of A, B, C, and then onwards, right? So at least it used to be.
Yeah, I'm sure things have changed now. So Jenson did break into a 49 that lap.
Ah, he's pushing. I just love watching the minis. They stick to the ground. It's like watching Scalextric.
Yeah.
It's like they don't move. All the other cars sort of swift from side, move from side to side, but not the minis. It's like they got downforce that nobody knew about.
Yeah.
Now, Nakamura in the 55, currently 8th. He was the one who had the moment where they almost came together, and then I think he did spin round. Out of the corkscrew comes the 23. Now, is that the 23A of Schifferle? Yeah, Matt Schifferle in the 23A.
So the Taylors, according to this, have a 17-second lead now.
No, it wasn't Schifferle, excuse me. That was the Austin Mini Cooper of Mark Emmett and Tim Moser. and it's one of a limited number of 67 Mark IIs in North America, and has pretty much raced up and down the West Coast in SVR8, HSR8, and CSRG events. And prepared by Huffaker Engineering. Where are Huffaker based at? I mean, I know here, but...
Sis Point.
Okay.
Yep. And they also are taking care of, I think, probably 15 cars.
Wow.
They're a big team.
Very big. And a great history, of course.
Yeah.
There'll be some tired folks coming out of there after an hour of this sort of saloon racing. Suspensions in these, not the most sophisticated. Sound great though, don't
they? They certainly do.
Down the hill through Rainey and into turn 10. This car you're watching currently in 4th position with Timothy Pruett at the wheel. No driver change, but he did do his pit stop. He's out the last turn 11, gets a little wiggle on.
Great to see a Cortina up there.
Yes. Well, you must be thinking what I'm thinking, which is what are we doing talking about minis and Cortinas here in the middle of California? I love it. I love the reaction that they have to British saloon cars. I mean, not race cars. I mean, yes, they love the race cars. And Jaguars have come here and obviously Ferraris. But to give the respect to the saloon cars that, you know, people in England probably wouldn't think too much of.
No, it's something totally different for this community, should we say.
Yeah. But then again, I suppose if we saw a bunch of Corvettes show up at Brands Hatch, we'd be just enamored too.
Yeah.
So that 17 Alpha, who was in an early battle with another Alpha early on, has dropped off a little bit. Or this is another Alpha he's catching up with. I think it's the latter, to be honest.
So the Nakamura car,
yeah.
he was actually entered in a Lotus Cortina for this race, but he had a mechanical issue, and he had the Alfa Romeo in another group, but it still fitted in within this group that said, can we switch cars? So we allowed him to run the Alfa instead of the Cortina, but they're going to get parts shipped in and try and get the Cortina out for tomorrow's sprint race.
So obviously you have a cut-off initially so that you can organise yourselves,
yeah.
But you can make exceptions like that, and you can be a little bit more
lenient,
yeah.
Especially with a guy already got a qualifying time in the car, and he was in the John Morton group this morning.
Oh right, okay, so it's all ready to go.
Yeah.
And at that point, the groups are up to you, really. At that point, yeah.
I think we had about 45 applications for this race, and we had to try and narrow it down to 35, which is not an easy job.
No, well, you can't really have much more than 35, can you?
It's a stretch to go much more than that.
Yeah.
But we got, I think, 35 really good cars in this race. But he's really pushing that thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Well, I noticed that in the last few laps, everybody's sort of really pushing on.
Yep.
Try and gain some more spaces. Interestingly, Button's car, the car ahead of him, Timothy Pruett, just did his fastest lap on lap 23 at 150.3, so he's maintaining good pace up the Rahal straight. And down the formidable corkscrew one more time.
And the car in 9th place, Diamori, actually Martin Lauber was a late entry as a co-driver in that car, and Martin was the second driver, so I think he'll be happy getting in the top 10.
He'll be at the wheel now, will he? Yeah.
Yes, he was in the Formula 1 race.
Yes, he was, yeah. Yeah, he's another regular to the reunion.
Yep.
Brought his son here last year, I remember. Now, this is second place, man. The 62 of Waite & Baker, they led early on. And this is the car built from new in 66 and was raced by Randy Unsby as part of a three-car team with his brother. And it was purchased and restored by Mini legend Don Racine, who we mentioned earlier. Don Racine pretty much responsible for so many of the minis out there, right?
Yep. If he doesn't prepare the car, he's normally supplying the engines to the other people.
Yeah, you've got a problem here at this event with your Mini. Go see Don.
I'm not sure if he still owns Mini and Mania or not, but that was his company.
Yeah, that was his company, yeah. I want a right-hand Mini so me and my Labrador can go down the highway in Texas and think that my Labrador's driving.
Yeah.
That would turn a few heads. But I think the idea of a Mini in Texas, I could park anywhere.
Yeah. Probably got golf carts bigger than that in Texas.
Yes, yeah, pretty much. In fact, they do.
Some real close battles going on here.
Yeah, there are some really good battles. Fuller and Hoff now up to third. Button still fifth. Pruett ahead. But this is where traffic is a real big part of the end of an enduro race, because you don't know who you're coming up on. They don't know what part of the race you're in. And they do their best to keep out your way. We see it here.
The other thing is you don't know who's driving the car anymore.
Right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, and suddenly the likes of Ricky Taylor show up, or Jenson Button, you don't know what's behind you. So we're getting down to the last 10 minutes of our Enduro. The final race of the day, the Dan Gurney Trophy. And Saloon Car Enduro, as we're calling it. Blue flags waving now. And it's starting to get a little serious, as they all want the laurels. I bet when this rolled off the factory floor in England, they didn't expect it to be racing here in 2024. It's great. It's a great homage to what Britain has produced. I don't think we're as proud of our cars as perhaps they get reverence here in the States. It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
We grew up in an era where the British industry was kind of dying on its feet, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. No, the late 70s, it was pretty dire.
Yeah.
Coming out with things like the Austin Maxi and Morris Marina. It's like, good grief.
And then they sold them all.
Yeah.
So, Chet Taylor and William Taylor doing the business at the moment. But keep an eye on Wayne Baker, although we do think they may have a penalty, right?
Yes, I think they pitted too
They've
early.
got to, yeah.
And that'll be assessed after the race.
Yes. And so, therefore, Rob Fuller and Greg Hoff should have a chance at getting second place out of this. It's a nice shot. Looking down into the valley. Salinas in the background, and, of course, the Monterey Peninsula.
We'll see George Calfo in his teaser going down the hill, the four-door BMW. Looks like he's an Uber.
Yeah, it's a big car.
It is. Heavy car, too.
Yeah, looks it.
But he's doing him and Dave Roberts are doing a great job.
So we want just one trick in the tail here. A nice little fight towards the end. Is that the Fuller and Hoff shot car at third place? Yeah.
Yep. 44X.
Kiwi colours on. Right-hand drive too. Do many get converted to left-hand drive?
A few, I think. But I think, like you said, it's kind of a novelty.
Yeah.
I actually have a right-hand drive Mini Cooper Mark II. And I love it just being on the right side. I think, it's so different over here.
Does it freak a few people out?
Yeah, a little bit.
I bet.
Yeah. I'll have to borrow a dog and put it in the passenger side.
Yeah, but you've got to get a fake steering wheel as well.
Yeah, right.
Right, we're getting down to the closing stages. You're watching third place man Fuller and Hoff. Third place man, I should say, trying to chase down Wayton Baker in second place. The gap, well, it's actually not too much, is it? So it's possible, for sure. He is pushing that Mini. Look at it, getting the rear end out.
It's the first time I've got to see the aerial views.
Yeah, it's a much more interesting way of following a race, I think. Because it really, suddenly when you get lost, you go back up and you go, oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's seeing the paddock and all the motorhomes around the track.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very different perspective. I love it. Oh, side by side into Andretti again. Just squeaking through.
Oh, he went a bit wide.
What? Kept it on. 3 wheels for a minute, maybe. He's had a good run. He's pushing that car. He's doing a good job. A few more people. Evan Hubchak just did his fastest lap at 1:51.1 on lap 26. Wait a minute.
Whoa. Well, the Alpha's not giving up.
Not quite. So the 62 has dropped back. That's big news. So here is the trick in the tail I was talking about, because that's the Wade Baker car, and it's dropped back now. And it's also, it's just ahead of the Dream car, so the number 68, and that's in 9th place. So a little bit of a surprise, but it looked like it was a car that was going to be penalised anyway.
Button just got into the 48s, so he's still trying. He's not giving up yet.
He's going for the fastest lap then. Yeah. There's no extra point, Jenson. There's no extra point. The point is he just is a racing driver. Doesn't matter what he's driving. It's delightful to have luminaries like him enjoying it and coming back to grassroots racing. Fantastic. You know, he was saying earlier in commentary, I think I was saying to Scott Pruett, I think when a lot of racing drivers are in their heyday, at the top of their game, they don't have a lot of time to enjoy the sport or see how much joy they bring to the fans of the sport. And Scott was admitting that, it's only in retirement that he really has understood what some of the cars he drove meant, some of the drives he had meant to fans, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's true of Jenson and many other drivers. You look at Verstappen right now, it's going to be years before he really, not understands, but gets an understanding of what he was part of.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And I've been to the Amelia Island concourse quite a few times, and when they honour a racer and they put all their cars, whether it's Hans Stork or Jochen Mass, whoever it was, and they put all their cars out on the fairway and they walk. A lot of them get very emotional.
I can imagine. I can well imagine.
The only time they get to see the Formula One car they drove, or the sports car, or the Indy car, and it's all there laid out.
It's their life's work. Quite literally. It's like a book. Unbelievable. Yeah. Very, very poignant. Well, closing stages here. We're at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, and it has been a fantastic start to the weekend. David Hinton alongside me, and so far so good. Were you happy with the way it was coming together before, and now it's coming to fruition?
It is. We work on this event pretty much for a whole year. Between the car selection and planning the schedule and all the off-track activities, and then once you get here and you see the cars line up on the grid, you're like, oh yeah, I remember selecting that car, or that was one we discussed. It's like, just to see it all come together, it's quite breathtaking, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw Barry wandering around this morning back to me, and I was just looking at all the cars, and they were all covered at 7 this morning, and it was like Christmas. You're like, ooh, what's under there? What's in that present? And, lovely. How many staff do you have working on the event then?
So Laguna has about, their whole staff, but then we have what we call the advisory committee. I think there's 6 of us on it. Bruce Canepa, Scott George from the Rev Institute, Chris McAllister, who races several cars, Andy Prill. So there's a group of us, and we do a meeting every 2 weeks, and we do all the planning for the event. And, it goes on for months and months. It's a lot of work, but it's very enjoyable.
But a lot of responsibility too now. I mean, you can't stop at 50. You know, now the pressure's on to keep it and to move it forward. I love the touches of modernity sometimes, to see new cars, to see what's happening, or when a manufacturer is launching a car, you can put that out there and maybe exhibition it. You know, you've got the likes of Jim Farley who are around to take a phone call from you and go, yeah, we can do that for you. You know?
Yeah, we have some major news for next year for the feature. They'll be announced on Saturday afternoon. It's going to be, next year is going to be mega. When you hear what the feature's going to be, you're like, oh, wow.
Now I'm excited because, like I said, you can't go to 51 and then not make it a good one. So, yes.
No, I think next year's going to be the best ever.
Well, the white flag was out last lap, and we're looking at the leader, Chet Taylor and William Taylor in their Alpha, and it's been a pretty good run, to say the least.
Still drifting that car through the corners.
Absolutely. Bowers and Button now up to 4th position. And that's mainly because the 62 has dropped down, so that's basically gaining a place.
John Fiber moved into 10th place. John actually sits on the board of Friends at Laguna. So that's great for him.
He's had a busy day today.
Yeah, he's in a Lotus Cortina.
Final lap then of the day. The Dan Gurney Enduro. White flag being waved for the back markers. A little signal. You go left, mate. I got you. Down the corkscrew for the last time then. Comes the 17. Pretty good run for him. He had some good battles throughout. So then, last corner for the Taylors, and it was tailor-made, quite literally. Brilliant run. Taking the checkered flag for the Enduro here to win the first Enduro race of the weekend. The hand goes out, and the Alfa Romeo is the winner here of our Dan Gurney Saloon Car race, endurance race, the first of 2 this weekend. Will it be the same distance tomorrow, or will it be...
No, tomorrow's going to be a sprint race.
Sprint race.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yep. We have a pretty packed schedule tomorrow, so we had to limit it to just this endurance race.
Fair enough. All good, though. Now you got me thinking about next year. Yeah. So, yeah, as David says, we've got a full day of all of the cars that you've seen in action today. If you've been with us throughout the day or have just dropped in and out of the reunion for 2024, I hope you've enjoyed some of the action that we've brought you and some of the guests that we've brought up here. By thanks to David Hinton and to John Doonan for coming up here and being part of this last race, the Dan Gurney Enduro. And we'll have more of the same as all of these groups will be out in action, and we'll have a few special exhibitions and surprises for you. So don't go away. Join us on the live feed tomorrow. But that concludes our action from Laguna Seca today. The sun is going down here on the Monterey Peninsula. It's time to book the dinner plans, take a shower, and do it all again tomorrow. Thanks, David. We'll see you tomorrow. Join us bright and early as we do the full group, all 13 and exhibitions tomorrow here from the Rolex Monterey Reunion.